Up for the yes. Okay, thank you. Good morning. Today is Thursday, 2nd, and this is the time and place regularly scheduled Nevada Commission Gaming Commission meeting for the month of September. If you would please arise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
All right, at this time, I would like to remind anyone coming to the podium to speak. We ask that you speak directly into the microphone. You speak as clearly as possible, as this meeting is being transmitted electronically. And it is important to the court reporter that she be able to hear everything that's being said. So, Madam Secretary, if we could proceed with our first agenda item, public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
Anyone who wishes to address the commission may do so at this time. Matters brought to our attention during public comment cannot be acted upon, but we're happy to hear comments of the public as well as any of my fellow commissioners. Comments by all will be limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If any of my fellow commissioners or myself ask any questions of the public, the time needed to address those questions will not be held against that time constraint. I will first go to Carson City. Is there anyone present in Carson City wishing to make a public comment? Please step forward to the podium. There appears to be no one present to make public comment in Carson City. Good morning, ma'am. Here in Las Vegas, could you please state your name for the record?
My name is Marta Jara. He trabajado para Santa Fe Station durante 14 años en el Departamento de Mantenimiento Interno como empleada de limpieza de Casino Core. Yo hablé en esta comisión en junio de este año con trabajadores de Stations Casinos y el último mes con otros trabajadores también de Stations Casinos. Estoy otra vez aquí para recordarles que hemos estado luchando por más de 12 años para tener un sindicato en Stations Casinos. Necesitamos un sindicato porque necesitamos que la compañía nos respete. Queremos un seguro médico fijo que no se cambie a conveniencia de la compañía. Queremos tener derecho a aumentos salariales cada año. Queremos un contrato que nos proteja. Y también que mis compañeros de Texas Station, Fiesta Rancho, Fiesta Henderson y todos los buffets cerrados sean tratados con respeto por Stations Casinos. Muchas gracias.
Does she have a written?
Yeah, we'll submit it. I'm just going to translate really quick, and then I have my own comment.
Okay.
My name is Martha Yara. I have worked for Santa Fe Station for 14 years in the internal maintenance department as a casino porter. I spoke in front of the commission in June this year with other station casino workers and last month with other station casino workers. I'm back again to remind you that we have been fighting for over 12 years in order to have a union at station casinos. We need a union because we need to be respected by the company. We want set insurance that's not changed at the company's convenience. We want the right for wage increases every year. We want a contract that protects us. I want my coworkers from Texas Station, Fiesta Rancho, Fiesta Henderson, and all the closed buffets to be treated with respect by station casinos.
Because of the feedback, I turn it off. Did you say you were going to give us a copy of that?
Yes.
Okay. Could you give it to the
Sure.
Secretary now? Thank you. We've seen you before.
Okay.
But if you would again, for the court reporter, state your name for the record before you begin.
Absolutely. Good morning. Zachary Popple from the Culinary Union. We're here again to ask for a comprehensive investigation of station casinos and to give another reason why. I want to update you on a public meeting last week in the city of North Las Vegas, where Station Casinos is seeking to develop a new casino resort. Station's chief legal officer, Jeffrey Welch, who's here today, stood before a public commission and claimed, "So we consider ourselves to have been a very solid citizen throughout the pandemic," end quote. In the audience of this meeting were workers from Station Casino's closed properties that are set for demolition. The reaction to what the chief legal officer said was raw and emotional. I was there. As we've told you before, the U.S. government is prosecuting Station Casinos for allegedly engaging in a scheme to use layoffs during the pandemic to undermine unions. When Station's chief legal officer was speaking to the commission, he made claims about Nevada law that are not true. Mr. Welch said, for the last 14 months, we actually have not been permitted to hire any of these people to our properties because of SB 386, which did not allow us to act. This is not true. The chief legal officer for a Nevada gaming company should understand Nevada law. All SB 386 requires each property to do is to first rehire the employees from that property. If there were openings after they were offered to the employees from that property, there's nothing in the law that prohibited Station Casinos from hiring employees from other properties. And of course, there's nothing in the law that would have prohibited Station Casinos from rehiring employees with their seniority intact, with their vacation intact, with their wage rates intact. In May this year, the NLRB General Counsel issued a new complaint against Station Casinos, alleging that the reason the company has failed to recall workers as required by Nevada law was to discriminate against these workers because they had advocated for
Excuse me, you're 15 seconds over.
Okay,
Okay. So I need to ask you to stop just because that's.
sure. So Mr. Welch is here, along with Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Cootie. We urge you to ask them about their comments under oath and on the public record.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to make public comment? All right, that will close our public comment section. Madam Secretary, the next item on our agenda is the approval of the prior month's disposition.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Commission disposition for August 2022.
All right, each of us has had the opportunity to review the disposition. If there are no questions or comments, I think it's in proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of the prior month's disposition.
All right, any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, it appears there are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read in the non-restricted consent items.
Your items on the non-restricted consent agenda this morning are items 6, 9, 10, and 12. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Okay. Before I ask for a motion, are there any questions or comments on any of the non-restricted consent items? It appears there are none. Does anyone wish to make a motion?
Sure, Chair. I move for approval of the non-restricted consent items 6, 9, 10, and 12 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and is read into the record by Madam Secretary, including the conditions.
All right, the motion's been made with the conditions as noted on the agenda. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor say aye. Aye. And it appears there are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read in the restricted consent items.
Your items on the restricted consent agenda this morning are items 2 through 10. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda. For the record, restricted item 1 was withdrawn at the board meeting. I believe we have a disclosure on these items.
Thank you so much. In connection with restricted item number 2, Nevada Restaurant Services doing business as Dottie's is adverse in an open matter of a client of Louis Roca, the firm where I am a partner, in which matter I am not personally involved. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of the agenda item, and I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Thank you.
All right, thank you. If there are no questions or comments, I believe it's in proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted items number 2 to 10 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended and with the conditions recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
It appears there are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, I believe that brings us to our non-restricted agenda items held out for discussion. Please read in non-restricted number 1.
Non-restricted number 1 is the application of Bally's Corporation for an amendment to their order of registration. It is also the applications of Twin River Management Group, Inc. for acquisition of control and finding of suitability as sole shareholder of Tropicana Las Vegas Hotel and Casino, Inc. and to pledge equity securities as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of Tropicana Las Vegas Hotel and Casino, Inc. for a transfer of equity securities and to pledge equity securities as noted on the agenda. Also included is the application of Tropicana Las Vegas Intermediate Holdings, Inc. to pledge equity securities as noted on the agenda. You also have the application of Tropicana Las Vegas, Inc., doing business as Tropicana Las Vegas for the addition of a racebook and sports pool and for licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering. It is also the applications of George Papanier and Craig Eaton for finding of suitability and or licensure as officer and or director as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Thank you so much. I do. Non-restricted item number 1, Bally's Corp. and Twin River Management Group, Inc. are subsidiaries of Bally's Interactive LLC, a current client of Louis Roca, the firm where I'm a partner, in which matters I'm not personally involved and they're unrelated to what's appearing before us today. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, and I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary, members and staff of the board. I'm Dan Reeser Fenmore, appearing on behalf of corporate and individual applicants as indicated by Executive Secretary Terry Rupert. I am pleased, and I see I have my folks remotely, so I'm pleased to introduce to the Commission the directors and executive management of Bally's who are appearing today on the applications. First, Lee Fenton, Management Director and Chief Executive Officer, is joining us remotely. And also Robert Lavin, Bobby Lavin, Executive Vice President and Chief Financial Officer, who is also with us remotely. And we appreciate the chairs allowing those two folks to appear remotely. With us in person, I will introduce, and I'd ask them to briefly stand as I do, are George Papanier, Management Director and President of Retail Division, Wanda Wilson, Independent Director, Chair of the Audit and Compliance Committees, and a member of the ESG Committee of the Board of Directors, Craig Eaton, Executive Vice President, General Counsel, Retail and Corporate, and Lou Dorn, Vice President of Legal Operations, who recently joined Bally's after a number of positions with Nevada companies over the years, and as some, if not all members of the Commission know, was the former Chief of Corporate Securities. I want to take a moment and thank again Chief Hoffman and his staff for their professionalism and diligence in processing the applications on a very expeditious time frame. We want to especially thank the investigative team leads, Deputy Chiefs Teggio and Rippey, and include our shout outs to Supervisors Abba and Moyle, Special Agents Crowley and Chamberlain, and Agent Perrott. With the chair's leave, we have an abbreviated affirmative presentation. Thank you. The company prepared and previously provided to Madam Secretary, and I do see for you copies of a presentation we submitted on a confidential basis pursuant to NRS 463.120.3407 and NGC Regulation 5045. As observed at the board hearing, because of the dramatic corporate changes at Bally's since first licensed in March of 2021, the presentation will provide an overview of the company's retail and interactive divisions following the acquisitions completed in 20 and 21, highlight development plans both inside and outside of Nevada, and review ESG and compliance initiatives. Unless the Commission has specific questions on the applications pending before you or those that are in process, we'll rest the record on that I made before the board hearing, which is summarized at page 7 through 10 of the transcript of the proceedings of September 7th, 2021. At the board hearing, Mr. Eaton and I presented a brief synopsis of the transaction underlying the applications. We're not going to repeat that entire summary. Instead, we'll rely on the record provided at pages 64 through 68 of the transcript, but I do want to identify a few key points. Subject to favorable action by the commission today, the changeover will be completed on September 26th. The changeover plan has been submitted to audit and to enforcement, and there are a swarm of middle management people at the property as we speak. As we explained to the board, Bally's is retaining all of the property's employees. Their compensation is unchanged. For the first year after Tropicana is part of the Bally's family. And Bally's is assuming all of the existing current employee benefit plans and programs. Mechanically, this transaction has 5 basic components. Twin River Management Group, which is the intermediate holding company beneath Bally's, the company, the public company, is going to be acquiring equity common stock of Tropicana Hotel and Casino Inc. from Penn Gaming. Penn Gaming has an third-tier intermediate holding company, Penn Entertainment Inc. So essentially what is going to happen is Twin River will be replacing Penn Entertainment in the corporate structure. Everything at that property below the Penn entity will remain in place with all its existing licenses, approvals, contracts, and whatnot. That is the basic change in the corporate structure. The purchase, the transaction includes a purchase from Tropicana Land LLC, an affiliate of Gaming and Leisure Properties, of the personal property and real property improvements used in the non-restricted gaming operations of Las Vegas, Tropicana Las Vegas Inc. As Chairman Gibson noted, a different kind, a slightly different format than what you've seen. The improvements are being separated from the real estate, and only the real estate will be held by GLPI. The actual improvements to real estate will be owned by Bally's. There is a concurrent ground lease with Tropicana Land for the underlying real estate with an initial 50-year term. Simultaneously, there is a sale and leaseback transaction relating to Bally's Blackhawk, Colorado, and Rock Island, Illinois properties, which are undertaken with GLPI. And there is a 6-month transition services agreement providing for at least that amount of support from Penn National while operational functions are fully transferred over to the Bally's entities. The only disruption in gaming under the transition, under the changeover plan, is there will be a slight couple-day hiatus in gaming under Reg 9, while all of the Penn systems are replaced with Bally systems. Most notably, the player rewards system has to be refitted for all of the machines from one company to another. In the near term, final point on the transaction, in the near term, Tropicana Las Vegas will continue its current arrangement with William Hill Nevada III LLC for its satellite race and sportsbook operations at this location. The reason we are asking, as we did with the Mont Bleu, as you may recall, for the addition of a race and sportsbook and parimutuel wagering here is eventually the Bally's Bet product, which is in existence in other states, a sportsbook product, will be offered at this location, but we are still in the process of preparing the applications to process that through technical services. So that is an outstanding item. I'll pause for a moment and ask if there's any questions on the transaction. Great. I'd like to direct your attention to the prepared presentation which you have. Mr. Fenton and Papineer are going to review with you the recent transformation, I think, of this company, the existing properties and businesses of the company, and as well as many novel and exciting business initiatives they are pursuing. That is, they will be referring to pages 1 through 17 of the presentation. Although there were no questions on financial matters, because Mr. Lavin did an outstanding job in front of the board, he will be prepared to answer any questions if you have on pages 19 through 21 of the prepared materials. And then Ms. Wilson and Mr. Eaton will discuss compliance matters, which are outlined at pages 23 through 30 of the presentation. And finally, Ms. Wilson will discuss ESG initiatives at pages 31 through 33 of the presentation. I think I have set the table. Unless there are questions, I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Fenton.
I just had a couple of questions, Mr. Reeser. With respect to the Players Club, you said they're going to transition it into the Bally system. How does that look like? What does that look like to players? Are they going to retain any benefit from their prior Tropicana points?
So, great question, Commissioner. Actually, Penn's decision was that they want the players to use those points over at the M.
Okay.
So it's going to, if you're a Tropicana player, you'll have to start all over at Bally's, or you'll have to go to the M. That was a Penn.
Fill up your tank.
Huh?
You'll have to fill up your tank.
Fill up the tank for gas.
Gas.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And then the second, it's a related question is, what about, is there a redemption process for their chips and tokens in that, or how is that going to work?
So chips and tokens, the existing chip and tokens that are used at Tropicana will be continue to be using. There's not going to be a branding change immediately to the Bally's name.
Okay. Thank you. That's it.
Mr. Fenton.
Great. Can I just check that my audio is coming through okay?
Yes.
It is.
Wonderful. Thank you. Chair Togliatti, members of the Commission and Executive Secretary Rupert, thank you for the record. I'm Lee Fenton, Chief Executive Officer of Bally's Corporation. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I will not recount my personal information, which was shared with the board and can be reviewed at pages 11 and 12 of the hearing transcript. I would, however, like to share with the Commission some background on GameSys and the transformative impact of the combination of Bally's and GameSys on the resulting enterprise. I joined GameSys as Chief Operating Officer back in November 2008 and became CEO in 2015. We went from a private to a public company in September 2019 when GameSys was acquired by JPJ Group and somewhat confusingly renamed GameSys Group PLC, listed on the London Stock Exchange. And I became CEO of that combined group. Similarly, when Bally's acquired GameSys in October 2021, I became CEO of the combined public company. Bally's has experienced a period of explosive growth. In the last 3 years, we've acquired several casino properties and multiple digital businesses, whilst also acquiring the brand that we use today and securing a number of media and sports partnerships. The largest acquisition was GameSys Group PLC, and that was for $3 billion. GameSys was a UK-based company and a member of the FTSE 250 in London. During the course of 2021 and into 2022, we completed the full rebrand of the retail estate to Bally's, with the exception of Hard Rock Biloxi, which we left on its existing brand. We also launched a number of digital propositions in the US, and we rebranded the Fox regional sport networks to Bally Sports. We are a little unique in that we have an equal weighting now of retail and digital revenues and EBITDA, We are huge believers in omni-channel, focusing on serving our customers when and where they want an entertainment experience. And we do that by leveraging our digital services and visitation to our resorts and other venues. Because of the speed of acquisition, we of course we're still in the process of full integration, but we have made tremendous progress to date. We have a combined purpose, which is born to entertain, and we've set out our values for the group to follow. We also have a very talented and experienced management team reflecting core strengths in brick and mortar resorts, along with strength and depth on the digital side of the house. Our aim over the coming months and years is to continue to grow and enhance our property portfolio, add depth to our digital offer, and to excel at giving our customers engaging experiences everywhere. Let me pause there to see if there's any questions before I hand over to George to talk through a number of our retail developments.
Thank you. I don't think we have any questions at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. And good morning, Chair and members of the Commission. For the record, I'm George Papanier. I'm the President of Casinos and Resorts for Bally's. So I'd like to touch on a few highlights from the deck that was submitted to you. Be happy to answer any questions along the way or after the presentation. So over the last several years, we've been very busy growing our casino footprint in the U.S. and acquired and successfully integrated several properties. Since the last time we were in front of you, we've added Bally's Evansville, Indiana, and Bally's Quad Cities, Illinois, to our portfolio. Since the acquisition of Mont Bleu Lake Tahoe, we've rebranded the property to Bally's Lake Tahoe. We rolled out the new Bally's Rewards program. We're focusing on cross-marketing to our extensive database of regional casinos, and we'll be adding some amenities that we feel will be complementary to the new Lake Tahoe Convention Center that's being built physically adjacent to our property, including high-speed gaming floor, as well as cashless systems in 2023 pending approval. On Bally's development, we're excited about winning the Chicago RFP, which has allowed us to open a temporary casino by June of 2023, and that will be followed up by a permanent facility that will be constructed by the end of 2026. We're also focused on expansions of existing properties, including our recent $100 million expansion of our reintroduction, I should say, our relaunch of our Bally's Atlantic City property that was just on Memorial Day of this year. Also, a $100 million expansion of Bally's Lincoln, Rhode Island property, which will be introduced on April 2023, as well as a $50 million expansion of our Bally's Kansas City Casino, which will be opening in June of 2023. So turning to Las Vegas, we view Tropicana Las Vegas as an opportunity for a flagship property in our Western region. We typically spend the first 90 to 180 days developing a marketing strategy. Typically, there's a targeted CapEx component to that, which is a strategy that's served us well in a lot of our recent acquisitions. But in this case, we believe we should also evaluate the potential for a complete redevelopment of the property because of its competitive position in the market right now. So in combination, we will spend the first 90 to 180 days evaluating existing operation, focusing on enhancing the current performance levels, while at the same time evaluating the potential for a significant redevelopment and the associated master plan site work that will be done along with that. I talked a lot about the retail casinos and resort side of our company, but our company has many significant synergies between our casinos and resorts and our growing interactive business, as Lee was referring to. As Bally stands today, we're the third largest casino in the U.S., with a portfolio of 17 casinos in 11 states. We have a significant international presence with a leading bingo-led iCasino operator in the UK, and we are also an iCasino market leader in Japan. And in North America, we compete with sports betting access in 19 states and operate a profitable iCasino operation in New Jersey. And with our partnership with Sinclair Media, we have a significant Bally Sports branding presence in 19 regional sports network markets throughout the United States that present a great opportunity for sports engagement. So in summary, Bally's looks forward to bringing our first-in-class interactive technology to Nevada upon appropriate regulatory approvals, and look forward to leveraging our growing North American interactive segment through our omni-channel approach to maximize our retail database and grow our brand awareness through our relationship with Sinclair. I'd be happy to answer any questions at this time, or can wait to the end of the presentation.
I do, sir.
Jeff.
This is a follow-up to Commissioner Solis Rainey's comments regarding the Players Club. Will there be appropriate signage to put the patron on notice that the points will not be able to be redeemed? I just want to see player disputes where people continue to play and then they, say, oh, they go to the restaurant and think it's a comp because they have so many points. And they say, whoops, no, so I can see player disputes. So how are you going to deal with that proactively as opposed to after the fact?
Sure. So pending the commission's approval, we would coordinate with Penn National. They would be putting up all these signage as well as making notifications to their existing database, including letters to the database. Then we would appropriately launch our Bally's Players Club, and that would have all the rules and ability to earn associated with that.
Thank you, because that's fair. It has to be fair to the patrons. Thanks.
Great.
Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Propner. My question relates to sort of the evaluation of the property and potential redevelopment, particularly because of the other commitments that you have. Congratulations on winning the Chicago bid. But amongst all of your retail development and expansion plans, it's more than $2 billion that you already plan to commit. And those extend out into 2026, so 4 years from now. And also coupled, so you have all of these sort of capital intensive and focus intensive plans on the books already. And with your lease agreement, as I understand it, on the real estate, there's no investment requirements in the existing plans. So I worry that, without, I guess I'm worried that the property as it currently sits is going to sit there and sort of deteriorate potentially further without, as all of the focus is put on some of these other jurisdictions. And look, Chicago's not an easy place to do business, right? So it's gonna take some focus and some attention. So I guess how do you see those two sort of competing interests working together, and how much focus is going to be on the Las Vegas property when everything else is happening?
Sure. Well, I'll leave any of the capital requirements to our CFO, who likely is on participating virtually. But I mentioned earlier that we're going to be going through evaluation period. We intend to run the property 12 months to 18 months, to 24 months before we come to some determination. We're currently in discussions with different opportunities related to partners for the property. So we think that along with those partners that they would also bring capital. But we look at every jurisdiction independently based on the markets and based on what we believe that we could generate from those markets. So I think at the end of the day, it will be a self-fueling opportunity from a capital requirement perspective. And we certainly have the bandwidth within our company to do that.
So you could both redevelop this project and build the Chicago project simultaneously?
Certainly. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
One follow-up question to that. Thank you for coming, by the way, appreciate it. I understand there was a $620 million revolver. Has that been tapped into in the past? Because as I understand from the presentation, at this time, it is not being utilized.
Mm-hmm. I'll leave that to our CFO to answer.
Hi, this is Bobby Lavin. We do use it from a working capital perspective. It is there from a liquidity perspective. In June, we did announce a sale leaseback of our Tiverton, Rhode Island, and Biloxi, Mississippi properties for proceeds of 600 plus million that will come in at the end of the year, that we will end the year with more than $1 billion of liquidity. So, we have ample liquidity for projects in front of us.
And sir, if you could just clarify in response to the question, when is the last time any portion of the 620 million revolver was tapped into? Because as I understood it, the board proceedings, it's not being used at this specific time. I'm just curious the last time it was used and for what purpose?
It will be used this quarter to fund 150 million of the 300 million purchase of Tropicana. So I actually am tapping into it today.
Okay, thank you so much for clarifying. I appreciate that.
For the record, that colloquy was with Mr. Bobby Lavin.
Okay.
I forgot to ask one of my questions. I apologize. And so the lease with GLPI, if I got the initials in the correct order, apologize. They ultimately have veto authority over what you build if it's more than $250 million of investment. Did I read that right?
I don't know if Bobby or Craig would like to answer the question. Yeah. Did you hear the question, Bobby?
I mean, with any landlord, they have, oversight over investments we make, but GLPI is our landlord on, at this point, 6 properties. And so it's a very good working relationship.
Okay. So if you were to sort of revamp that project or the property more broadly, what stage do they get involved in the design of what's going to happen on that site?
I mean, they don't get involved in, sorry, you want to?
Yeah, they're not going to be involved in anything related to the redevelopment of the site.
Okay. But unless there's an investment of 200, well, my understanding is that if it's an investment of 250 million, I would assume a redevelopment would cost more than that. Right?
Okay. Can I ask for a clarification on the question? Are you asking, do they have approval rights, or are you asking, do they get to sit at the table and make the design decisions as to what the casinos look like?
Well, I'm trying to understand both questions. I want to understand their role from a landlord's perspective, on the design of a project going forward. And maybe it's just that you present it to them and they say okay and check a box, or maybe they get incorporated into those discussions and design it. I don't know.
So Mr. Lavin can correct me if I'm wrong, having read the transaction documents. They do have approval rights, and this was the discussion we had at the control board. That's to make sure that we don't redevelop it as a 7-Eleven as opposed to a resort hotel. So they have approval rights, and it does kick in at that monetary level. Those rights do not extend to, I think, design decisions, unless it somehow would render their real estate investment to be depreciated in some way.
Okay.
And I just ask if Mr. Lavin thinks I read that wrong.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So since you have this existing sort of working relationship with them with 6 other properties, you said, I guess where in the process do you talk to them about how they exercise their rights?
So heretofore, how has that happened?
Well, we have not encountered any situations based on the relationship that we have with them. So to go back to your last question, is as long as they see the ability to continue to get the rent payments through the transaction, then they're fine. So really, it's making sure we maintain an ongoing casino operation there.
And I engaged, this is Bally Lavin again. I mean, I engaged with, and Craig Eaton, who's in the room, engaged with GLPI on a monthly basis. So.
Mr. Levin, I just had a quick follow-up with respect to Commissioner Brown's question. I understand you're using a portion of your revolver to fund a portion of this transaction, but I wasn't clear when the last time you used it was. Perhaps you answered that and I just didn't catch it.
We've used it this quarter. So we manage working capital tightly between, having operations internationally and in the US. So we were untapped on the revolver as of 6/30, but we did, our June 30th, 2022, we have drawn into the revolver and paid it down a few times throughout the quarter, the third quarter.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right, thank you.
I'd inquire if there are any other questions of Mr. Lavin on the materials he presented during the board meeting. He's available to be asked any other questions you might have. If not,
I don't see any additional questions.
then I'll
Time.
ask Ms. Wilson and Mr. Eaton to come forward on compliance and ESG.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the commission. This is so, pull this way down. Members of the commission and Executive Secretary Rupert. For the record, I am Wanda Wilson. I'm an independent director, having previously served as a state lottery regulator for over 25 years. During that period, I developed and implemented policies and procedures for many successful state lottery games, and including multi-jurisdictional games such as Powerball and Mega Millions, and as well as rules and regulations for the development of sports betting. I currently serve as the chair of both the company's audit committee and compliance committee, and I am a member of the ESG committee of Bally's board of directors. As recounted to the Nevada Gaming Board, Bally has made a great deal of progress this year in transitioning our historically decentralized compliance processes to a centralized compliance program that incorporated our traditional retail division casino operations, as well as the compliance apparatus of various firms, GameSys, Monkey Knife Fight, BetWorks, that now are consolidated in the company's interactive division. This effort has coincided with the company's dramatic growth and implementation of the compliance plan following Bally's registration in Nevada. I will not repeat my comments, which are on pages 24 to 26 of the transcript of the board hearing and pages 23 to 30 of this presentation, but rather will emphasize three major themes. I am certain that Bally's is up to the challenges of the compliance tasks associated with our growing company and have and continue to add the human and technology resources warranted for the scope and scale of the task. In addition to tackling the compilation and review of various reporting metrics set forth in our plan, the Compliance Committee is systematically examining the segments of all of the legacy interactive and technology businesses that now are part of Bally's. As we committed to Chair Gibson at the board meeting, we will pursuant to Section 6.3 of the plan, provide periodic reports on the committee's progress in completing this examination. We are diligently implementing our plan and refining our procedures to achieve a best-in-class program that fits Bally's. Unless you have some specific questions, I will yield to Craig Eaton, our Chief Compliance Officer and General Counsel for Retail and Corporate.
I have just a quick question. The reporting that you just referenced, will we, you said you'll be regularly reporting, how often?
We have not settled on a time frame at this point, but we thought about monthly, but felt that that was too short a period of time. So we're looking at possibly 6 weeks to do that reporting.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up. Have any issues or gaps arisen in the company's adoption of a centralized compliance program? Since you're bringing everything together, have any issues that have arisen or gaps?
No, that we're still in the process, obviously, of pulling this together,
Okay.
but at this point, no.
And when is the centralized process supposed to be finished internally?
We are looking at within the next 6 months.
Okay. It's going to take some time.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes. I mean, we have, all of a sudden, we're pulling together 14 casinos from all over the country, and it's, yes, in addition to our world operation. So yes.
I was interested in the timeline. That's not something you
Yes.
can do overnight, of course.
No, okay.
And part of that, Commissioner Brown, is some of the technology is third-party technology, so it has to be implemented into the company's systems, and that's probably going to take another 60 to 90 days, and then there'll be time for everybody to learn it.
And then there will be some reporting, I anticipate, when that's achieved in terms of full centralization cohesively.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. That is one of the metrics that Chair Gibson asked be included in the 6.3 reports.
Thank you.
Any other questions before the baton is passed, if you will? All right, there being none.
Just briefly, if this is the subject, I don't know if you're the right group to ask about the SharePoint that's, I think, being implemented internally, the SharePoint system, and then also Ardent Sky, and that I understand is a compliance software suite. I'm not clear what was being used before then, because those are the new systems. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What was the communication system that was being used prior to that?
Well, each of our properties had their own separate system, so that, for example, the properties that were owned by Caesar, they had used that system. So this is the first time we're actually combining all of our properties into one system.
But are these completely new systems, or were they implemented in other places? Because it was my understanding when I watched the board presentation, these were brand new systems being used.
Yes.
Yeah, and I can elaborate on that. The SharePoint system is an internal system we have in our company that encompasses just more than compliance, but it enables us to seamlessly share among all the properties. And so we're just putting compliance into that system, making sure that it is efficient and confidential, quite frankly, because the last thing you need is someone getting into that system. And that's part of centralization. Ardent Sky is a compliance software program which our compliance analysts and compliance manager have been very fervently asking for, quite frankly, because it's a system that allows us to track better when we need to file, when the regulations change, and it's going to streamline and centralize systems in a much clearer and better way. So that's part of the centralization, and that I know is part of what we need to report back on.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
An outsider's supplemental comment on that. Right now, it's being handled by a lot of man and woman hours, and the implementation of technology will make it much more efficient.
And I think less errors are prone to happen because of that. When you make that comment, I think that's what the point is that we're trying to streamline it and make sure that things just aren't missed, because sometimes computers don't miss things.
Correct.
Thank you.
If there are no other questions, I will turn this over to Craig.
Thanks, Ms. Wilson.
We don't have an extension for that. Sorry.
We are the strange team here.
But we really love working
It's a
together.
diverse team. It's a good look.
Yeah, it's great, and I love working with Miss Wilson. And I also love being here in person. Last time was by Zoom, and it's nice to see him in person. So thank you for hosting us. Members of the commission, Chair Togliatti, and Executive Secretary Rupert. As we said before, I'm Craig Eaton. I just want to provide a few additional comments to what Ms. Wilson said. As observed at the board meeting, we have significantly increased the number of compliance professionals at the corporate level this year. Since September of 21, so it's been about a year, the retail compliance staff has increased by the addition of Jeff Plant, our compliance manager, He's been the leader in championing Art and Sky. And along with that, he has hired 5 additional compliance analysts. They all report up to Aaliyah Trowbridge, who is our head of compliance from a legal perspective, and then reports up to me as compliance officer. The team interfaces with 20 compliance staff members, including those at the resort level and various operational functions at the corporate level, such as HR, legal and accounting, finance, and other corporate type departments. These resources were added to our pre-existing AML compliance department, and that's headed by Stephanie Walker, and that's a department of 3. And then we add to that internal audit, which is headed by a woman named Dawn Smith, and she has 16 professionals that she manages. The games acquisition, which Mr. Fenton talked about, that was completed about a year ago also. And that we were able to add an additional 34 folks from that acquisition. And we've leveraged those resources by integrating Bally's North America Interactive into a single interactive compliance unit under the direction of a gentleman named Ian Chilia, who is basically Jeff Plant's counterpart from the interactive interactive segment, and also reports up to the compliance committee. We've talked about technology. I have a little paragraph on that, or some notes, but I don't need to repeat it because we've just talked about that. So those are the end of my prepared remarks, and I'm more than happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Eaton. With respect to internal audit, you indicated that you have a director and then she has 16 professionals. Is that for the entire company? For 17 properties plus your interactive?
That's retail only.
Oh, retail only.
Yes.
Do you have a separate internal audit function for your non-retail?
We do on the interactive side. Yes.
And who do they report to? Both on the retail and the interactive side.
Okay, so I know retail reports straight up to the compliance, audit committee,
Okay.
and interactive does also.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear.
Yeah.
It wasn't clear whether you were including them in your compliance.
I was not. Yeah.
Direct reports. Okay. I don't have any other questions. I mean, you've made great strides. It's a big task, and obviously the fact that you're growing so quickly isn't an excuse for not paying attention to compliance, but it appears from everything that I've seen that you're aware of that and you're making every effort to kind of pull it together and come up with a system that works. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
No, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Just have one quick question, Mr. Eaton. Regarding the settlement agreement with the Gambling Commission, I realize it wasn't a financial penalty, but you were able to take the money and put it back into the business to plug some gaps. Were the gaps that were found or deficiencies in the findings regarding anti-money laundering and vulnerable people, have those gaps been filled? Are you satisfied that the issues that were found from 2018 and 19?
Pre-merger.
Yeah, yes.
You're asking a
Yes.
pre-merger games
Yeah, I
question.
asked
Maybe
anything else.
I don't know if Mr. Fenton can answer that question.
Yes, I certainly can. Thanks, Mr. Issa. Yes, so the findings back there, they also related actually to even further back activity of players. But we are extremely confident that though any gaps that were identified there by the UK Gambling Commission have been filled.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Go ahead, Commissioner Keycover. Well, I guess mine's specific. So you've had outside Nevada Regulatory Council and subject matter expert legal consultants participate in your compliance committee meetings all this year? Correct?
That's correct.
And is it your intention to have that level of Nevada-specific participation going forward on a continuing basis?
For as long as it takes. When I say that, when we get comfortable that we are doing what we should be doing 100%, and of course we're striving for that pursuant to the Nevada plan, there might be a time where we don't need those resources, but we've been directed by the board very strictly that we are not to skimp on this part of the process. I'm sorry, the board of directors, not the board, the Nevada board, but the board of directors
Good point.
of Bally's.
Internally.
Internally.
Okay, thank you. So you can't give me an understanding of how long you would be, I mean, that's some very, I would presume, serious and helpful participation, and I'm just curious. There's no real plan until you're comfortable. That's pretty much.
Yeah.
I think that's correct. I think the other response to that is the company recently added Mr. Dorn into internal legal, and these are issues totally in his wheelhouse, having been head of corporate securities before.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kefauver?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think this is the right time. I wanted to I feel confident that bless you, that you are committed to building a robust compliance program, and it's not my primary concern. There are a lot smarter people than me on all of those issues. I wanted to revisit the discussion that you had at the board, however, regarding gray markets and the sort of corporate philosophy of using the New Jersey model to evaluate whether to enter into a market. That seems like a deviation from what has been Nevada policy in the past, that participation in gray markets has been given perhaps a little bit of a stronger review than what happens in New Jersey. And Mr. Reeser, since you specifically pointed to that model, maybe you could talk a little bit about why you think that's appropriate for us here.
Thank you for that question, Member Kefauver. The context of discussing, as we did both with agents and with the board, the New Jersey model, is that model was the model used by GameSys before it became part of Bally's, because its only domestic regulator in North America was New Jersey. So New Jersey said, here's the standard for our licensees. So GameSys applied that two-pronged standard. Without going into the voluminous confidential and privileged information we provided to the board and commission, the compliance committee, and Ms. Wilson and Mr. Eaton can correct me if I misstate this in any way, has said, that's great. We now know what legacy GameSys did and why it made the determination in each of the markets that it did. We are now, the compliance committee, going to move forward and determine whether that's the right standard for us or the wrong standard, now that we are the combined Bally's and GameSys. So that is the process which is underway in front of the compliance committee and has been for a few months.
So you're not stating that that is the standard that Bally's will use on a go-forward basis when viewing a market?
I am not stating that, and Ms. Wilson, Ms. Wilson and Mr. Eaton can correct me if I'm wrong. In my view, I don't believe the compliance committee has made a determination as to what standard it is going to apply, but that it is in fact vetting standards.
Okay, I'll probably just make a statement and you can respond to it maybe if you want to. I have concerns about that standard, and I'm not sure that it complies with our statutes in that markets that are clearly not open, there may be potential conflict. And historically, I think the state of Nevada has looked a little bit more stringently on those markets, and I'm not prepared to make a significant deviation from that. At this point, I approach this, as you know, Mr. Reeser, a little differently. I have a policy-making background, not a legal one. And, in a market like Japan, right, where it has been, gambling has widely been recognized as not legal, and they go in and make some adjustments 2016, 2018 to their laws. They're going to start allowing integrated resorts. They specifically didn't add other things, right? So they made a policy decision that one was going to be legal, didn't add other things. The way I have written laws in the past, that means the other things are still not. Or at least when a policymaker had an opportunity to make a change and didn't, it says something. So I guess I appreciate that perhaps that decision hasn't been made at the compliance level for Bally's, but I just wanted to sort of raise that issue that that if it was a hard and fixed, we're going to use the New Jersey model going forward, I think that would be a change of policy at the state of Nevada. Okay with that, and I'm not sure if they're
Okay, I will, without commenting, say we appreciate your comment, Commissioner. I will reiterate, as we did before the board, that in each of these jurisdictions, GameSys obtained opinions of local reputable counsel on how to apply the law there, primarily in most of these instances, not as an operator, but as somebody who's providing technology to an operator.
And I understand that's a lot of B2B, and there's a lot that goes into it, and that's why I pointed out that I look at it more from a policymaking perspective than a legal. But I just wanted to raise that. Thank you.
And let me say that we most certainly are listening. We are most certainly listening to what you have to say as we go forward to putting together a policy. So we have heard you. Clearly, we have heard you.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you.
Did you want to on the ESG?
Yeah. With that, I will move into ESG. And for the record, again, this is Wanda Wilson. I want to highlight some of our environmental, social, and governance initiative as discussed with the board and summarized on pages 31 through 33 of our prepared presentation. This May, our board, that is the Bally's board, created a director-level committee to spearhead Bally's ESG efforts. I serve on this committee along with the chairman of the board of our Bally's board, our CEO, and president of Interactive Division, who serves as the chair. We are also proud of our community initiatives, but we are especially gratified by the $2.2 million in global investments we made promoting mental health during the pandemic. Our recent responsible gaming efforts include implementing the free gambling blocking software, a $600,000 investment with the International Center for Responsible Gaming to research effective responsible gaming tools for the 18 to 21-year-old demographic. In addition, GameSys has achieved the Level 3 Game Care Safer Gambling Standard. Looking at our demographics, 4 of our 9 board members are individuals of color. Across our organization, 47% of our employees are female, 30% are people of color. 22% of leadership positions within our organization are held by women, and 14% are held by people of color. This year, Bally's employees completed more than 4,500 hours of training in responsible gaming, more than 5,100 hours in anti-money laundering compliance, and almost 24,000 hours in alcohol awareness training. All Bally's employees are required to participate in diversity and non-discrimination training. I am available to answer any questions the commission may have on our ESG efforts.
Commissioner Brown?
Thank you so much for that presentation. And I think the figures that you provided today on the composition were more clear than the board hearing. So I appreciate you updating that information with more specificity. I did have an interest in Bally's Foundation. I think it's very topical in terms of the 2.2 million that's been invested globally to promote the mental health and wellness in light of the pandemic and the impact that it's had and ramifications. But could you give me like a report in terms of what the $2.2 million investment actually yielded? Are programs coming out of it? The treatments? Is there a report that kind of distills what happened with the 2.2 million investment, just generally?
Oh, we may, I don't know, if Mr. Fenton will have something to, if not, we will provide you with a written report, but he may have something at this point because that did come out of GameSys.
Of course. And yes, so if I can illustrate it with maybe the biggest single donation we've made as part of that 2.2 million, that was very much focused on Women's Aid, which is a group focused on domestic abuse in the UK. 73% of the players on our bingo orientated sites in the UK are women. And so it was something that as we went into lockdowns because of COVID, that people were greatly concerned about the increase in domestic abuse and the impact on mental health. So we directly sponsored their extension of their helplines from 4 hours a day to 12 hours a day and increased their contact through that lockdown period threefold. So we've since gone on and supported additional programs with Women's Aid. And so we'll actually, next year, we'll go into the third year of a 3-year program of support for them on mental health. We have supported around about 8 other organizations through that program, and happy to get you a write-up of which those organizations were and how we've measured success or otherwise with the way that we put the funds to work.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was looking for. Otherwise, it's so nebulous to me when I see it's a beautiful number, 2.2 million, but I just like to see what the output is of the effort. So just the example you provided now was specifically the type of information I was seeking. And is there somebody who can talk about the efforts of achieving the carbon footprint reduction in terms of timeline? I know that GameSys has achieved a carbon neutral certification from the Carbon Trust, but in terms of the big picture timelines, can somebody just speak to that briefly?
Well, maybe, Craig, if I can take that as well. I think that at the moment we're in the process of audit. So, you know, we face, GameSys got there, we face a much bigger challenge, of course, with our bricks and mortar casinos. And we are currently in the process of audit and understanding the size of the challenge. And then we will obviously set a target out the back of that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But I commend you on the efforts to do that because you're a community leader and you have to start and set the example.
May I ask a follow-up question, Chair?
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on what another aspect of that foundation efforts that you mentioned, Ms. Wilson, was efforts to address mental health in the 18 to 21-year-old. What programs were you referring to?
That was the responsible gaming tools for the 18 to 21-year-old demographic. Yes.
Okay.
I might be able to add to that. So we recently gave $600,000 to the International Center for Responsible Gaming, and they are going to be centering on looking at college age gambling, how it's affected, how to ensure that it's being done responsibly. Mr. Fenton may have something to add to that, but that is my understanding. You're on mute. You're on mute, Mr. You.
Apologies, can you hear me now? Significant commitments across the group, of course, to player safety and responsible gaming. I think that we've always had a more attuned, let's say, lookout for younger, or let's call it more inexperienced gamblers. Of course, the legal age in the UK is 18. And so we're always looking to put stricter controls and give greater tool sets to younger or more inexperienced gamblers. And so we fund research to understand what that is and how we might evolve that. And we'll do that both in our international operations and in our operations in North America.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think especially with your involvement in the interactive world, addressing programs towards that demographic is very important. I've seen some of the effects on college campuses, and it's something that we need to be aware of and targeting in terms of addressing the specific needs that they need to. Obviously, gaming is legal, and for them to be involved with that in a responsible way and in a way that doesn't affect their mental health.
Fully agree.
Thank you.
That completes our presentation on the corporate applications. We do have two individual applications, Mr. Papanir and Mr. Eaton. We didn't have any questions at the control board on the individual applications. I'm happy to give you a thumbnail of each of these individuals, but you've previously licensed them. They're Nevada licensees.
Before we shift to that, did you look at the, it's draft 1, yes?
Yes, we have reviewed draft number 2 of 826 of the revised order, second revised order of registration in its improper form and content. We are aware of the 3 conditions for activization of sports wagering, and they are in proper form and substance also.
Okay, thank you. I will do this. I will ask my fellow commissioners if any of them have any questions or on any of the individuals.
No areas of concern for me.
I additionally don't have any areas of concern, so I think unless you have any other general questions for anyone who's present or counsel, thank you for your appearance today. I think at some point we're in proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to make a motion for approval of non-restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and pursuant to the draft number 2 order of registration dated 8/26/22.
Excuse me. Okay, is there any discussion on the motion?
I just commend everybody for being so well prepared, and to the extent there were questions asked of the board, I think you elucidated us today and highlighted things that I think were important. I watched that presentation. I thought it was very comprehensive, well done, and I just think it's an excellent presentation. And I'm looking forward to how you do as a community partner here in Las Vegas.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, we would also appreciate, want to let you know, we appreciate your appearances in person and obviously via Zoom. So at this point, there being no other discussion on the motion, then all in favor say aye.
Aye.
It appears there are none opposed. Thank you very much. How are we doing with the court reporter? I feel like you could give her my phone number to
I'm
text me.
fine. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I was just saying I'm going to get you my cell phone number so that so that you can give me updates during the meetings. All right. At this time, Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 2?
Non-restricted number 2 is the application of 2853142 Ontario Inc. for registration as a holding company and for finding of suitability as sole shareholder of FSB Holdings UK Limited. It is also the applications of FSB Holdings UK Limited for registration as an intermediary company, for finding of suitability as sole shareholder of FSB Technology UK Limited, for registration as a private investment company, and for a waiver of NGC Regulation 15C.010.1A, as noted on the agenda. Also included are the applications of FSB Technology UK Limited for registration as an intermediary company and for licensure as sole shareholder of FSB Technology USA Inc. It is also the applications of FSB Technology USA Inc. for licensure as a manufacturer and distributor and as an operator of an information service. Lastly, you have the applications of Kenneth Rotman, Michael Wagman, Mohit Kansal, David McDowell, Samuel Lawrence, Andrew Bowen, Glenn Elliott, and Robert Ackert Jr. for finding of suitability and or licensure as a shareholder, officer, and or director as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda. I believe we have a recusal on this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, I need to make a disclosure that I am an employee of the law firm McDonald Carano. The applicant on this matter is being represented by partners of the law firm by which I'm employed, and as due to this pre-existing relationship, I need to recuse myself. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, at this time, good morning. It's still morning, yes.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. My name is A.G. Burnett. I'm with the law firm of McDonald Carano, and here behind me is my partner, Mr. Dennis Gutwald. Here standing next to me is Mr. David McDowell, CEO and co-founder of FSB. Before you today are applications related to FSB Technology USA and its request to enter into Nevada to provide certain sports betting solutions to licensed Nevada sports betting operators. The applications reflect the ownership and control over FSB Technology USA, namely the fact that FSB USA is 100% owned by FSB Technology UK, which in turn is owned by FSB Holdings UK, held by Ken Rotman and Michael Wagman, both of whom are with Clarivest, an entity that you have previously licensed and seen before. All of the individual applicants are here today as well as before the Gaming Control Board, and they're also happy to speak with you should you wish. As noted on the agenda, this is a series of applications that would allow FSB Technology USA to be a manufacturer and distributor in the state of Nevada and to act as an information service. The company proposes to do business in Nevada initially by working with current Nevada sports betting providers to provide assistance and resources to those operators in various forms. As with other similar approvals in the past, licensed Nevada sportsbook operators would still be the primary sportsbook operators operating pursuant to their own sportsbook operators licenses, making their own decisions on risk, while FSB USA provides assistance with such things as setting of lines and odds. As for FSB's technology itself, that would of course have to be vetted by the ITLs and technology division. I would imagine the commissioners have had a chance to review the transcript and possibly watch the video before the Gaming Control Board, so we would propose, Madam Chair, to provide you with an abbreviated presentation and of course answer questions you might have. And again, the individuals are here if you would like to hear their backgrounds. There were no issues, areas of concerns with the individuals. So I therefore propose, if it's okay with you, that Mr. Dave McDowell, again here with me, go ahead and provide you with an overview of the SFB entities and what they do, and then go ahead and answer questions you might have. Lastly, we're of course asking for your upholding the board's recommendation for approval. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. My name is David McDowell. I am the CEO of FSB Technology. I believe we're going to bring the presentation up. I'm going to make the assumption that you may have seen the materials if you saw what we presented at the board 2 weeks ago. I'll try to be brief. Before that, I would just like to say how proud I am to be representing a company I founded 15 years ago with Sam Lawrence, and excited over the prospect of receiving a license. There are really four things I wanted to talk about today. Touching on our background as a company, where we came from, looking at the technology and what we're going to be bringing into Nevada, touching on the people behind the organization, and then just following up with some compliance. Our background It's really easiest to look at the businesses having gone through 3 phases of growth. Very early startup phases were focused on minimum viable products around fantasy games. That's in fact where the F in FSB comes from. From 2012 to 2018, we were focused in the UK, providing services to smaller operators and also under our own B2C license, providing white label operations. Here we focused on providing sports betting as a fully managed turnkey solution. And then from 2019 onwards, where we took private equity from Claravest and began to grow the company, transitioning from a UK-focused smaller operator and transitioning into a B2B global supplier. What is it that we do? We are a B2B supplier of technology and related services to gaming operators. If we look at the value chain on the bottom, our customers are the B2B operators. We're no longer operating, we no longer hold client funds or contract directly with end users. Our core products, the sports betting product, the iGaming aggregation platform, and our PAM, the wallet that holds the client funds, are our key pieces of technology. And then we work with a wide range of suppliers. We integrate content from almost every data feed supplier in the industry. We work with most of the iGaming casino game content providers. Probably missing from the graphic are all the payment processing and KYC systems and geolocation systems that we integrate. We take those data feeds, the requirements are different for every client that we work with. We try to mix and match the right casino content, right payment processing, the right data solutions to customize our product and present it to our customer, the B2C operator. Why are we applying for a license in Nevada? Several years ago, we identified the Nevada market as a very exciting business development opportunity. We think we've got some great technology and we can help some existing operators grow. We've since won some business in the market. And really the Nevada license is a fantastic gold standard, a real stamp of approval. And we wanted to show and make a statement to the entire industry that FSB is here to stay. The technology, I've already mentioned Sportsbook. I think here we've got absolutely one of the best sports betting technology platforms in the world today, combined with our way we handle live data, the way we run our own algorithms, and flexibility around some of the risk management tools. It's a fantastic piece of technology. The iGaming solutions we bring to our customers allow us to integrate content from a wide range of suppliers and have consistent bonusing tools across that content. And for the PAM, not only are we integrating payment software to get money in and out of the wallet, I think we've got some best-in-class solutions around AML and safe gaming propositions that we've built into that technology. Of course, the end user of the software still needs to access those components, and so we build the user interface as well. When it comes to sports betting, we've got the full omni-channel solution. We provide over-the-counter ticket writing stations, self-service betting kiosks, websites, and mobile applications. The websites and mobile applications are obviously appropriate for the iGaming and wallet products as well. So what are we bringing into Nevada? We're focusing on sports betting here. It might be easier to say what we're not doing in Nevada. And just to clarify, we're not contracting with end users. We're not holding client funds. We don't have client bank accounts. We're not doing the risk management. We're not the traders who are making the decisions on the odds. What we are doing is bringing our technology stack and deploying it in a customized way for our clients. If they ask us to integrate different feeds or different suppliers, we'll do that for them. We'll provide training on the system. It's likely that we'll be providing odds suggestions and data, but the operating partner will always have the control to override those prices and those margins and trade their sports. Touching on organizational structure, probably the most important point was, I guess in our history here is taking the private equity financing in 2019. What that has allowed us to do is to have growth capital so that we could scale up the business. At the time, it was really, I affectionately referred to it as the Dave and Sam show. We were really the only 2 senior managers there, and taking private equity has allowed us to build up a strong, solid C team. It's allowed us to invest into a business development team. Build a U.S. sales and operations function, and really build a very robust sales pipeline. On the back of winning business, we're scaling up the technology team as well. Probably our biggest challenge right now is hiring enough developers to satisfy the demand that we're finding from that business development pipeline that we've built. I think very clearly FSB has established itself as a #1 challenger brand in the market. Now our job over the next several years to become a top 3 supplier of sports casino aggregation and wallet solutions in the industry, and I think it's incredibly achievable. I'm going to skip this slide. We've got all the applications here. We can bring up everybody afterwards to ask and answer any questions. Really, who is FSB? It's all the people behind us. It's the 190 full-time employees that we have on our team, represent some 22 different countries. I think we've built a very inclusive and diverse culture that I'm very proud of. I think that as a small organization, there's always room for improvement, but I think we're doing fantastic things, and I think we're trying to make sure that we're recruiting the right people into our team. And just wrapping up on compliance, we do have a history in the UK of being a B2C operator. I just want to make it clear we no longer have any B2C operations. We're no longer contracting directly with clients. But through that time, we made a number of vast improvements onto the systems that we were running for ourselves, but those AML systems and those safe gaming controls, including AI to try and spot problem customers who might be showing signs of distress. All of those learnings have been codified into the technology platform that we now bring with us as we service clients around the world. I think our risk profile, or the way that we look at compliance, has fundamentally shifted as we've wound down the B2C operations. As we move into B2B operations, our compliance focus is much more focused on the due diligence processes around who we're doing business with. And it just brings me to the last slide. We are implementing an independent committee so that we can have a continual review of the customers that we're onboarding, reviewing our existing clients, and understanding the vendors that we're working with as well. I'd just like to state that's the independent committee would be new, but our due diligence process already does this, where we already have board approval and sign off on any new customers that we're bringing on board. With that, I'd just like to say thank you for your time and open it up if you've got any questions at all for me.
Appreciate your presentation. I'm going to start with Commissioner Solis Rainey. Do you have anything?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't have any questions with regards to the company presentation. I did have a couple questions for Mr. McDowell, but
I'll come back to you.
Yeah.
All right, Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. Just briefly, that was a wonderful presentation. Answered all of my questions almost. Just wanted to fine tune a few issues. So just in the avoidance of doubt, FSB has no contracts in the state of Nevada currently.
That's correct. We have some business development relationships that I think the Commission is aware of, but we're not live and servicing any customers.
Okay, good. Thank you for confirming that understanding. And then there are a number of employees in the UK, Glasgow, Columbia, that I understand make up the 300 employee technology hub support group. What's the composition between those three? Approximately.
Yeah, great question. There's a discrepancy in the numbers. The 300 includes the wider sort of contractors and any outsourced staff that we have, and then 190 is my closest approximate of our full-time employees. We're doing a lot of hiring right now. Gosh, off the cuff, I'd say probably 2/3, 65% of our staff are in the technology development side of the business.
Okay. And then I noticed in the presentation, really positive statistics to hear about 56% of the female employees are in tech roles. I think that's the positive direction to go in, and that you have employees from 22 different countries. So you have great diversity globally, which I like to hear. And I understand also that you're using organizations to help you find underserved demographics into technology roles. Can you explain to me kind of what you're doing there, which organizations you're using to make sure you have diversification?
Yeah, and actually Sam can probably answer the question better than I can, as he set up the program. But we've used a company called Rubik, who their remit is essentially to find people from underserved demographics and get them into technology roles. I know we've hired at least 4 people from that service, and it's just it moves the needle a little bit.
Yep.
And I think all these things matter.
I agree. I think incrementally it all adds up in the aggregate. So that answers my question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cohen.
Thank you. Just one question regarding the UK. So you're currently not doing business in the UK from B2C?
For B2C, that's correct.
But you are doing B2B.
We're doing B2B, that's correct. Yes, we took a period of, in 2019, we stopped taking on any new white label customers, which were reliant on our B2C license. We told our existing white label customers that they would need to either close the operation down or get their own license. That's a process that can take several years to get the processes in place, to be ready to apply for their license, to receive their license, to get their bank accounts, to get their merchant IDs, and then transfer the system across to them. So we unwound the last of those, I want to say the 1st of June.
Because I realize white label is a hot spot.
Yes, it is a hotspot, and I think it remains a perfectly fine and legal method of doing business. What we found was, as the operator, the risks had shifted very significantly. And as a white label operator, we were responsible for anything that our partners did, whether it was a posting on social media, was an advertisement with through an affiliate system, or if they're on the telephone with an end user. And there's no way for us to control what a third party does in those circumstances. And we didn't feel the risks merited the business model anymore.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I don't have any additional questions. I was thinking if perhaps the individuals could come up and introduce themselves and just say hi.
Sure.
Might have some questions.
Madam Chair, if you'd like, we can start with Mr. McDowell.
Yes. So this is shifting now to personal.
Yep.
Okay. If you want to introduce yourself personally, that would be great. And then we have some questions.
Yeah, just real quick on my background. I was born in Chicago, raised in Grand Rapids, Michigan. I've got an engineering degree from, it was GMI Engineering and Management Institute, previously known as General Motors Institute, now known as Kettering. I moved to London in 1993 to do an MBA at London Business School. Following London Business School, I've spent the entire time, other than a few years as a management consultant, as an entrepreneur. And I've been in the online gaming business for over 20 years now.
Okay. Appreciate that. I think because Commissioner Solis Rainey already talked about having questions for you, I'm going to have her start.
Thank you for being here, Ms. Rendell. And I think you found a great partner in Claire Vest. They seem to, they were very impressive when we heard from them previously on their licensing application. But turning back to yours, I understand that you've gotten out of the white label business since then. Can you tell me a little bit about what, I understand the initial regulatory violations, but there was a follow-up and a lot of the issues didn't seem to be resolved. What happened there?
Sorry, when you say there was a follow-up.
There was a follow-up in 2022, I believe.
Okay, so I would say that, yeah, the follow-up brought different issues to light, I'd say. I think both of them really revolved around some of the decision-making and some of the challenges around decision-making. If you always apply the factor of, could I have done more? I think if we go back to the initial audit, we were a very small company. We're growing incredibly rapidly, and we recognized we didn't have enough systems in place for AML, safe gaming solutions in particular. We built a lot of technology around both of those. We set up committees to meet monthly to review any changes in policy, to implement those changes, to do dip test sampling across our customer base, to make sure that everybody in the organization was trained properly, and to continually to refine our processes. And from the time, the end of the first audit through to the second audit, I think we had something like 22 process improvements across our AML and our safe gaming. So I'm incredibly proud of the organization of what we've done. The follow-up audit, and you've seen perhaps the findings letter, hopefully you've also seen our response, and we've not heard anything subsequent to the materials that were provided. I think some of the findings, while they make uncomfortable reading, are also around there's some very lack of clarity of how affordability levels are meant to be implemented. I think we were able to show that some 93% of all accounts that deposited more than £2,000 were voluntarily closed down by FSB. I think something like 98% of all accounts that hit the enhanced due diligence level of 10,000 were voluntarily closed down by FSB, or they had self-excluded. There was only one active customer at that level. So it's very difficult for me to comment on a process that hasn't yet finished, but I think that the findings were more related to sort of how you interrogate a customer, how you look at their bank statement, how you look at their mortgage statement, and making a decision. I know one of the things that we were written up on was we voluntarily implemented deposit levels onto a customer, but we hadn't referenced the Office of National Statistics to say why we selected that number to choose for the deposit level that we put onto the customer's account. And I think really what it comes down to is these are challenges that every operator in the UK market faces. And they're also challenges that we as an organization see ourselves as an excellent technology organization. But the challenge of delivering operational services to a landscape that's shifting as quickly as it is in the UK, again, it comes back to the white label business model. It was a risk that we decided that we didn't want to undertake in 2019, and we worked actively to unwind the systems.
Understood. And I understand the initial findings and that strides were made. I was just curious as to, I was surprised that there wasn't more, that it wasn't more, there was improvement, but there was still some of the same, what sounded like the same issues in 2022 after you had ramped up your operations and, received the public or private equity funding and such. So I was just curious.
Yeah, I think
that
we've
explained
made, I'm incredibly proud of the strides that we've made. I think that we've made massive improvements throughout the way. And I think that the findings were actually different. Like, they're still related to some of the decision making, but I think they were different. I think it was much more around affordability and questioning that side of the changes in.
Understood. And I did read your response, so I appreciate that. And I understand you're out of the business, so obviously that helps as well. One question that I had, it's more administrative. Our materials indicated that as a result of that audit and the settlement that was reached, there was a formal warning issued to you personally. Is that just basically because you were the head of the company and the buck stopped with you?
Pretty much.
Okay.
Yes.
Were you the only one that received?
Yes.
Was there any other discipline or fines associated with that?
No, it was the warning that was put onto my personal management license, and it was entirely related to the company went through the process that it went through. After that, I was brought through exactly the same process as being person in charge.
Okay, understood. I appreciate it. I just wanted to make sure I understood the effect of that. It makes sense. I mean, ultimately, you're responsible, and you still will be, although you're out of that business. But
yeah,
in your new role as a B2B focus,
I obviously personally find it very frustrating. But I also, we're the company that set ourselves out to be the regulated supplier. We positioned ourselves specifically in the UK because when we started the business, it had some of the most advanced regulatory framework in the world for online gaming, and we wanted to be the company that was recognized as working in regulated markets. And this is sometimes the price you pay. I've got that warning. It's unfortunate, but we accept it and move on.
Yeah, and it's something you can get past, definitely. Tell me a little bit about your charitable work.
I'm not sure that personally I have a heck of a lot of charitable work that I have time to deliver. I mean, I know as an organization we're fairly cash constrained, and so we're trying to really focus on growing the business and making sure that from a responsible organization we're bringing on the right people, we're creating jobs. I personally haven't had time to really throw myself into charitable work.
Can always make time, but that's something that's very important. We appreciate that everybody's busy, but if everybody could give a little bit, it certainly helps. I didn't see anything specifically, but I just assumed there had to be something. So
I'm sure there will be soon.
I appreciate your candor. With respect to Nevada, do you have any employees here?
Yes, we've got a few employees here. We started out with our business development efforts right here in Nevada, and should we be fortunate enough to be granted a license, we're very much looking forward to getting more employees in Nevada.
Okay. At this point, are the employees that you have part of the group that works remotely throughout the United States and
yes, we don't have a fixed office in the United States, so all of our employees are remotely.
Okay. Perfect. I appreciate it. I don't have any further questions for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brown or Cohen?
No areas of concern. Thank you.
Yeah. I don't have any additional questions. after Commissioner Solis Rainey. So thank you very much. Perhaps you have
You do?
everyone else willing to come up.
Sure, we'll have Mr. Sam Lawrence come up. He's the CTO and co-founder.
Good morning, Madam
Good
Chair,
morning.
members of the Commission, and Madam Secretary. I'm Sam Lawrence. I'm the Chief Technology Officer at FSB. I graduated with a degree in music and maths from Leeds University in '95, and I've been working with Dave since 2001. So there was just a brief period in between where I had other jobs as a developer doing kind of programming type jobs. I look after all the technology, but my focus is much more, I guess, on the software development side. So really kind of understanding how people use technology, trying to build systems that capture the right data, that have the right interfaces, that enable businesses to grow, I guess, ultimately. Very happy to take any questions that you might have for me.
Are you involved in any charitable organizations?
I'm afraid not as well. I guess just part of having had a very busy small company growing rapidly and a young family as well. I've got a 14 and a 15-year-old, so that also takes up time. I still play music regularly, which is a kind of different outlet, I guess.
What kind of music do you play?
I played double bass with an orchestra in London, and I play piano as well. So.
Do you have a band name? Do you have?
No, it's more kind of classical stuff I do still. Yeah.
Well,
So,
I think that's wonderful. That's a contribution, I think, to the community.
yeah, no, the
Music is therapeutic.
Yeah, absolutely. The orchestra is great fun. I mean, it's a small orchestra. We play concerts every term. So
you do give
well
back to the
supported.
community. You just
Yeah.
didn't know it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great.
Well, I don't believe there are any additional questions. Because of our open meeting laws, I never know exactly who has any questions about anything. So I appreciate your patience, introducing yourself, talking about yourself a little bit, and thank you for coming today.
Great. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, Andrew Bowen is the Chief Financial Officer.
Sir?
Hi, hello. Good morning, Chair Togliatani, members of the Commission. For the record, I'm Andrew Bowen. I'm the Chief Financial Officer of FSB. As you would expect, my role at FSB as CFO is to look after all financial matters, the planning, the reporting, internal controls, treasury management, etc. In addition, compliance team all reporting to me, and should we be successful today, I will be one of the members of the compliance committee, as Dave has illustrated. By way of background, I have a degree in economics and public administration from the University of London, and I'm a chartered accountant for the last 26 years. Prior to FSB, I worked at Ladbrokes, where I set up the online presence at the birth of the internet. Yes, I know I look young. Following that, I had stints at Scientific Games and InTouch Games for a period before joining FSB in 2019 as part of the strengthening of the management team, which they've alluded to. I'm married with 2 children, and previously I've been a rugby coach for my local rugby team, ensuring that all the little boys and girls ran around and got very muddy on a Sunday morning. Thank you for your time today, and happy to have any questions. Happy to answer any questions if you have.
How old were your kids when you coached rugby? I'm just curious.
Well, I started when my son was 5, and finished, and I went all the way through till he unfortunately had to stop playing for various health reasons.
Well, I appreciate it. So that's the kind of thing we like to hear about. It's interesting. I think you're, at least during my term, first rugby coach.
So if I can bore you to death about it.
Yeah. Okay, do we have any questions for him?
I have no questions, no areas of concern. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for being here today.
Thank you very much for your time.
Glenn Elliott is the COO.
Mr. Elliott?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. Hello again. For the record, my name is Loud enough. My name is Glenn Elliott. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at FSB. My area of the business runs in life operations, so customer support, customer onboarding, customer account management, trading, which isn't part of this license process. So very much the in-life running of the business. I joined FSB in May 2020, following the investment from Clairvest and as part of the move to strengthen the management team. Prior to that, I worked at a company called OpenBet, which was for a while part of Scientific Games, where I ran a diverse portfolio of sports betting customers. So there I was responsible for the overall relationship and revenue performance. Prior to that, I was 7 years in the iGaming business, back in the days when you could download a simple Java app to your non-smartphone, which again gives you perhaps some idea of my age when following on from Andrew's reference. I think that gives you some of my background. In terms of charity work, if you look at my LinkedIn, I did do a lot of work with a company called the Trussell Trust when I took some time out of work for health reasons in the UK. So I worked at a food bank 2 or 3 days a week. Trussell Trust, sorry. TRUSSELL Trust. It's a food bank association. It's a national network of food banks in the United Kingdom. I take your point about time currently, but my mitigating circumstances are an 8-month-old black Labrador who does take an awful lot of my time, I must say. I'm getting less.
I have a 1-year-old lab and a 5-year-old, so they don't get any better.
I know, no, yeah. It's not my first ride on that one. Yeah, they are. They absolutely.
Does anyone have any questions?
I wanted to thank you for your service and connection with the Trussell Food Bank. I think it's humbling and it's grounding and it's good to help people. So well done.
Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bob Ackered is a director at the FSB Technology USA level.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. My name is Bob Ackered, Vice President of Operations and Director for FSB USA. I joined the company in November of 2020 as their first full-time employee in the USA. My responsibilities include leading all North American activities, advising on the technical and localization and regulatory compliance, client success and account management. I advise on building and scaling business in the US, and I assist the sales and business development team. I know the last time I was here, it was asked that I was the youngest member of the team. I assure you, I'm 2 weeks older this time around. I welcome any questions that you may have.
Okay, do you have any questions for him?
Any volunteerism you'd like to highlight?
As a kid, I played in a rock band. I had a friend of mine who was killed by a drunk driver, and we contributed to the Hero campaign. Did a lot of benefit shows for that. Raised money.
It's kind. I have no areas of concern.
Thank you.
Clean record.
Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
You've seen Michael Wagman before from Clairvest. We're happy to bring him up if you'd like.
I mean, we're glad to have him here today.
He came all this way, so
Sure.
Sure. Come and say hi.
I think you're familiar with him.
I presented last time.
Oh, okay. And there's your case.
I wasn't sure where that was going. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Michael Wagman. I come here wearing 2 hats. I'm the Chair of the Board of Directors of FSB. I'm also the President and a Managing Director of Clairvest, and I sit on the board of Clairvest. By way of quick background, I have an undergraduate business degree from the University of Western Ontario in Canada, and I'm a CFA charter holder. I began my career in banking in Canada, both with a Schedule A Canadian bank, both in investment banking and in private equity. I joined Clairvest in 1998 at an entry-level position. I've worked my way up from Clairvest ever since, and that's the extent of my career. I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
starting with Commissioner Brown.
So you're not left out. Any involvement in community service?
I suspected that would come up. Yeah, my wife and I make it a point to give very generously to charities. My wife is Armenian, so we give to a lot of Armenian causes as well. My eldest daughter suffered from a very rare form of scoliosis, and she was treated very well at a local hospital. We've made it a point to give a significant sum to endow some chairs there, and also to facilitate research and care in the hospital. And that's an ongoing commitment we've made for several years now.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you for your contribution. Are you familiar with the band System of a Down?
Am I familiar with?
Armenian rock band System of a Down.
I am not Armenian, but my wife is.
She hasn't made you go yet?
She makes me go to a lot of things, but that one not so
Well, you
far,
should
no.
go.
Okay.
It's enlightening.
I will make it a point. Thank
I've
you.
been to at least 10 shows. So.
Okay.
The drummer was the best man at our wedding, so I have to go. But
Okay.
it's a wonderful band. And they're
Now
very,
that this is a public meeting, I'm sure I'll be going for sure.
and you want to,
Yeah.
but really they're very much into, helping their country and helping with the political turmoil that was occurring. I'm sure you're aware of.
My wife
so.
feels the same way, yes.
Well, thank you for coming, and I'm glad you came up and made a presentation. I have no areas of concern.
Commissioner Solus Rein,
I didn't have any questions either, but it's a pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure mine. Thank you.
Commissioner Cohen.
No areas of concern. Thank you.
Thank you for your appearance today. Thank you.
I'm a huge fan of System of a Down.
I'll introduce you.
The live concert in Armenia was awesome.
It really was.
Mohit Kansal is the director.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and Madam Secretary. My name is Mohit Kansal. I'm here in two capacities. I'm a managing director at the Clairvest Group, as well as a board member at FSB. Just briefly about myself, born and raised in Toronto, Canada. I studied engineering at the University of Toronto. Realized I didn't want to be an engineer. Went and worked for McKinsey, as well as a family office. Got an MBA from the Wharton School. Went back to McKinsey for a few years and then joined Clairvest. Been at Clairvest for about 6 years now. I have a 1-year-old and 3-year-old at home. In terms of charitable work, I used to do more. I used to help with the organization that helped newcomers to Canada find their place, get their qualifications now. And more recently, I'm on the daycare and preschool board for my daughter. We, as a family, support some charitable causes back in my father's village back in India, help old folks who are at risk and in trouble, help them out.
Well, thank you for that. I appreciate your being here today and your presentation. And I'm going to start with, on my right, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions. Sorry, I forgot he'd recused. Thank you. Your background is very clean, and I appreciate your presentation and you here.
Thank you.
No areas of concern. Thank you for your appearance.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If there are no other questions or comments, then it would appear this matter is ripe for a motion.
Madam Chair, I might like to add something to my statement in the heat of the moment and the level of questions around charitable time. I completely forgot that I regularly mentor at London Business School. They have an entrepreneurial summer school where people are building business plans and looking at bringing new business ideas. And probably 7 of the last 10 years, I've mentored and tried to help people build their business plans. Apologies for the omission.
Perfect. Thank you. You're redeemed.
And I'm not surprised to hear that you do something like that. And might be an oversight on your part, but I think the mentees that you've influenced, I'm sure are very grateful. So thank you for bringing that up.
Okay. Commissioner Solus Rainey.
Are you ready for the motion?
Yes.
Okay. I move for approval of non-restricted item number 2 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
And that includes the
That includes,
condition
yes, that's.
as read by the.
Yeah, as recommended by the board with the conditions that they imposed. And obviously it includes all the individuals.
Any discussion on the motion? There being no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed. The record should reflect that Commissioner Keycapper did not participate in the discussion, presentation, or vote on this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes. I think it's somebody up north.
Okay. All right, Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted number 3.
Non-restricted number 3 is the application of Courtney Cardinal for licensure as a key employee of Casino Fandango LLC, doing business as Casino Fandango. The recommendation of the Nevada Gaming Control Board is for approval. I believe we have a recusal on this item.
Hey, Madam Chair, I would need to disclose that I'm an employee of the law firm McDonald Carano. The applicant in this matter is represented by a partner at the law firm, and based on this pre-existing relationship, I need to recuse. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is A.G. Burnett with the law firm of McDonald Carano. And here before you today is Mr. Court Cardinal. Thank you for allowing him to appear via Zoom in Carson City. Madam Chair, he's here today for licensure as a key employee at Casino Fandango. He's been previously licensed before you previously, but he is here to answer any questions you might have.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, and Commission members. For the record, Court Cardinal, Regional President of Olympia Gaming. And I know I saw you guys a month or so ago. So not a lot's changed except for a brand new baby casino that's open now. So that's pretty fun. And since we're going down charitable discussion road today, I can tell you would be here for a while with me because we do everything. My wife and I donate to the Carson Animal Services. We donate to the University of Nevada Scholarship Foundation. I personally volunteer for FISH, which is Friends in Service Helping, supplying meals and providing meals for the shelter here. And am happy to go there on holidays and help actually dish up the plates for them. I also serve as the chair of Carson Redevelopment, putting back into the community on a government level too. So those are just a few of the organizations. And as you know, we as Casino Fandango for years annually donate to over 100 charities in the community. And I've also partnered with the Boys and Girls Club in Reno Sparks now with Legends Bay as one of our first organizations to come on board since we opened the property. So I'll stop there because we could go on for a while, but I'm here and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Well, thank you. I'm going to, I believe your Legends Bay opening surpassed expectations. Is that right? That's what I
Yeah,
heard.
it was, I had Joe Asher there and Tom Zingoli was there, and they said that they've never seen anything like it in any jurisdiction in any state. We had a backup of about 4 miles on Highway 80 to get to the turnoff for the casino. And we were at capacity several times during that night. So we had a very busy grand opening night and grand opening weekend, a good first week. Last week was a little sketchy because we were in 300 plus air quality index with the smoke from the California fires. So it kind of wreaked havoc with northern Nevada over the last week, but we seem over that hump now. So, but going good, doing the, have a little hiccups and bumps as you would in a brand new operation, but people are happy. The Circus Sportsbook looks absolutely spectacular. You can see that giant television from anywhere in the casino. So all in all, pretty good.
Well, congratulations on that. I'm going to open it up to my colleagues for any questions they may have for you. Commissioner Cohen, Brown.
I had a brief question. Have you hired a property manager for Legends yet? I know last time I saw you at the board level, it had happened. Are you there yet?
Yeah, no, I have not yet. What I'd like to do is get someone with Nevada gaming background and kind of mentor them into the way we run our organizations as I've done at Casino Fandango, Carson City. So I have not yet hired a property manager.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have anything? Well, I don't have any additional questions. Thank you for your appearance today. If there's nothing else, then I would ask if one of my colleagues has a motion.
Chair Tagliati, I'm happy to make a motion for approval of non-restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Is there any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. The record should reflect Commissioner Keycapper did not participate in the presentation or discussion here today or the vote on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted number 4.
Non-restricted number 4 is the application of Red Rock Resorts, Inc. for an amendment to their order of registration. It is also the application of NP Centerline Holdings LLC, doing business at Wildfire Fremont, for a non-restricted gaming license and for licensure as a manufacturer and distributor. You also have the application of NP Opco LLC for licensure as sole member and manager. Lastly, you have the applications of Jeffrey Welch and Stephen Cootie for licensure as a key executive. The recommendation of the Nevada Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. Mark Rubenstein of the law firm of Reed Rubenstein and Bogatz, appearing on behalf of the applicants. With me today are the following executives of Red Rock Resorts and Station Casinos. Stephen Cootie, Executive Vice President and Chief Financial Officer. Jeffrey Welch, Executive Vice President and Chief Legal Officer. John Pascolato, Senior Vice President of Regulatory Compliance. And Joel Hampy, Vice President of Special Projects. May I suggest that perhaps we can have the next agenda item read into the record as we did at the board, since we do have an affirmative presentation that covers a lot of the ground in that matter as well.
Sure.
Non-restricted number 5 is the application of Red Rock Resorts, Inc. for a continuous or delayed public offering. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Thank you. We also have a confidential presentation document we provided the Executive Secretary that the Commission can use to follow along with the company's presentation, and we would request confidential treatment pursuant to NRS 463.120. What we'd like to do, if it meets with the Chair's approval, is proceed with our affirmative presentation on the applications before you, and then answer any questions any of the Commissioners might have. We've structured our presentation as follows. Mr. Hampy will come up and review what is planned for the Wildfire Fremont property. Then Mr. Welch and Mr. Cootie will provide a company overview, followed by a review of the company's development pipeline beyond the Wildfire Fremont, and also address matters relating to the company's overall financial condition. After that, we'll be prepared to field questions, review the proposed license conditions for the Wildfire Fremont, and review the proposed revised order of registration and proposed shelf registration audit order. If that works, I will
Yes, please.
bring up Mr. Hampy.
Please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and Madam Secretary. Thank you for your time today and allowing me a few minutes to discuss what the operational side of Wildfire, or the new Wildfire located at 2700 Fremont Street. As many may remember, this is the previous site of the Castaways, as well as previous to that, the Showboat Casino. The area has recently undergone quite a rejuvenation, from new businesses to the area, to improved roadways currently going on, as well as new housing being the apartments, the Showboat Park apartments right next door to our location. This exciting new 21,000 square foot property will bring the area a whole new level of gaming experience that the area has not seen in many years. We will be offering the newest slot machines and sports betting options while being one of the most comfortable and safe environments in the area. This location will house a 24-hour casino operation, as well as 2 food outlets that we are partnered with. From a casino side, the property will offer 200 of the newest slot machines, 21 of them being at the single bar, and 179 of the newest slots for the casino floor. To complement that, we will also offer a boarding pass self-service kiosk where the guests can manage their account directly on the kiosk. Along with slots, we will have over-the-counter STN sports wagering, as well as STN sports kiosks, again allowing 24/7 access to those sports accounts for our guests. Outside, we will house 200 plus well-lit and convenient parking spots. This, obviously lighting it was a concern to make sure that our guests felt safe at any time, night or day. The casino portion of the property will offer 40 new jobs for the area, between beverage, security, IM, all those, typical casino areas. These 40 jobs are not inclusive to the number of jobs that will be offered by our partners in the food side of things. Our two food partners will be IHOP and Tacos El Pastor. IHOP will be our 24-hour food operation, obviously their brand recognition and their specialization in breakfast on a 24/7 service. Tacos El Pastor will offer authentic Mexican food for lunch and for dinner in a kind of quick and easy, convenient food court atmosphere. We will have a focus on service for the property, which includes cleanliness of the property. We will make sure that every guest feels they are walking into what could be their home at the end of the day. We will also have a focus on security. We want to make sure that every guest feels that this is one of the safest and most relaxed atmospheres and that they feel very comfortable coming into our locations. As all of these offerings packed into wildfire-sized property, along with the new design features that the Wildfire Division has not seen before from an elevated experience. This property is slated to open February of 23. At this point, if there's any questions, I'd gladly answer.
Okay, starting with Commissioner Cohen.
Thank you, sir. I'll have various questions that you may not be able to answer, but this one has to do with the wildfire per se. There was some discussion at the board hearing regarding the limitation of 200 slot machines. Has this property, maybe Mr. Rubenstein, you know this, has this property ever been licensed for table games under the grandfather?
I believe that the previous, well, certainly the Showboat. I don't. The Castaways also had table games. Yes.
Is the facility being impacted by your inability to have table games, or are you satisfied with the license or excuse me, are you satisfied with the condition as proposed by gaming?
Well, as we said at the board level, we were just hoping for maximum flexibility. And short of having table games approved at the outset, we had hoped to at least be able to apply via an administrative approval route versus a full-blown application to remove a condition, which is a slot. It's not a limitation on the numbers, but it's a slots only condition. Our space is going to limit the numbers for now.
Can I ask Chair Gibson or Member Watkins, or who's reaching for the microphone, Member Katsoris, is the issue of an administrative approval for adding table games with chair or designee's approval that big of a deal?
I'll field the question if you don't mind.
Okay,
So
no
we
problem.
had a very lengthy discussion
Yes.
at the board hearing on this point, and what was being suggested at the time was that we could handle it administratively. There was an effect there, though. If we did that, that removes the commission from that whole decision tree, right? That normally is involved. This, frankly, was raised as part of the investigative report that was forwarded on to us, right? A week, 2 weeks before the hearing. I certainly didn't consider it at that moment because I wanted to hear what the thoughts were from Red Rock. We don't typically do it that way. So it's a change from prior, I don't want to use the word precedent, but from prior history. And if we were to handle it in that manner, we remove the commission from that whole decision-making process. So this was something that, frankly, if you had a comfort level at the commission level, then me personally, I'm not speaking for all three of us, my personal view was simply to say, okay, fine. If you don't have if you don't take issue with us taking that action, then we can then come back and digest it to see whether or not it would be something we would be palatable for us as well.
I'm only looking at this from a patron. If it's quote a non-restricted facility and I go in there and there's just 200 machines, hey, where's a blackjack game? Where is this? Where's that? I myself didn't see it as particularly a big ask to have it administratively approved and avoid another application.
And if I may, and we were kind of surprised, frankly, by the slots only condition to begin with, and so we offered the administrative in terms of accepting that condition because we've got 7 wildfire properties, only 2 have a slots only condition. So when this was suggested as a third slots only location, and it's a fairly substantial building compared to the other smaller properties, we felt that, okay, we can live with that if we can get the administrative approval. And so we thought we had worked it out with staff, and frankly, we're a little bit surprised they came up at the board level.
Hopefully my fellow commissioners will chime in on that. I am not opposed, at least, for adding that flexibility to what I think is the public's perception of a they don't say non-restricted, but, a facility of this size offering table games.
Right. And honestly, we would, we still have to jump through hoops. I mean, it does take the commission out of the decision matrix, but it's really not a hard decision. It does still require us to submit a full surveillance plan and a full internal control system. So it's not like we just snap our fingers and receive entitlement to table games. We have to provide information that justifies that decision for the board chair or his designee.
Madam Chair, may I
Yes,
comment?
please.
I just say that we're trying to get away from slots only restrictions on licenses. I would be most comfortable if you all decide you want to allow for table games or other kinds of equipment on the floor aside from slots, if you just approved it that way. I have no qualms with that, no issue with that at all. And the administrative process, that one of my concerns with it is that it's a single person making the decision. And we sit as a board, you sit as a commission, and if it's going to be deliberated upon, I think that we all need to have a say in it. Otherwise, I think it's restrictive.
So would there be anything that in the investigation work or inquiries that would have changed if
No, it's a
process were different?
If we were to go with the condition that's
Just
being asked for, a letter would be sent to Applicant Services. We memo to the chair with the supporting materials such as surveillance plan.
But the investigation, is there any reason not to?
No, I see what you mean. But yeah, it wouldn't change the investigation that we did.
So the commission, if it deems appropriate, could in fact
just remove
that condition regarding the
If you just
200.
remove the slots only condition, then it just goes forward.
Commissioner Keycover?
Thank you. So why was the slots only condition established in the first place? I assume they didn't ask for it.
No. It's just something that we've been putting on just to provide extra control. That condition goes on almost every application coming forward, unless it's presented to us as an application starting with table.
All right. So because they brought forward an application that had the layout that included only slots,
We
with the
ran
slots
with-
only
we
condition
ran
on
with
it,
what
regardless of
was-
whether they asked for it.
Correct. We ran with what was submitted to us, what was proposed, which is slots only. So therefore, the slots only condition got put on there.
And they submitted that as a sort of operational decision, not as a licensure request.
Right.
Right. Okay. All right. That helps. Thank you.
And just if I can just add in there too, so it would have been us unilaterally at the podium with Mr. Rubenstein asking us to remove the commission from the whole decision matrix there, right? And so it's really whether or not it's something you're comfortable with. But like you said, if we did go through the administrative route, and he still has to submit surveillance requests as well as minimum internal control requests approval as well in order for that to happen. The only difference would be that in the current environment, he would normally have to come before the board and commission again in order to get that removed from the license, the condition.
Yeah, although to be fair, if we do add table games, we're going to amend our surveillance system and our internal control system and submit all those materials. Regardless, we're going to be in compliance.
Is there did you have any follow-up?
I think, no.
Commissioner Brown, did you have anything on this particular topic?
My recollection is during the presentation before the board, that I thought there was a concern about the open meeting laws. Am I correct? Was that an issue that was raised by anybody?
I think I made a joke about Brent Gibson for the record. I think I made a joke about us deliberating because it was a wide open discussion. So I said, this is the open meeting law in action.
Okay, okay. I just want a clarification on that because we have the opportunity here to discuss it. And to the extent there are any issues, the license allows for it. And I think the understanding is the application limited it because you weren't seeking it at that time.
Correct.
You still have the checks and balances in place when you submit your due surveillance plan, and it can be rejected. And if it's rejected, you do have remedies, of course.
Absolutely. Understood.
So it's not something that happens per se. You still have to follow all of the guidelines, procedures, and present your request properly.
Correct. And
And it's subject to scrutiny at that level.
Sure. And it's not like we're strangers to the board or commission.
It's not your first time.
It's not our first time to operate a table game.
Understood.
Commissioner Cohen, we kind of,
I have some questions, but I think I'm going to reserve my comments regarding some issues that popped up during the board proceedings, after the board proceedings. So when we get into the individuals, I think it would be appropriate for me to address that in that time.
okay.
I don't think they're germane to this application, is what I'm saying.
So related to the property itself, anything else? There appears to be no additional questions, so.
Okay. Then I'd like to bring up Mr. Welch and Mr. Cootie to give a corporate presentation and then answer questions with regard to their individual licensing.
Is it still on? Yeah. Oh, good afternoon. For the record, I'm Jeffrey Welch, Executive Vice President, Chief Legal Officer of Station Casinos. And pleased to be here today, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. Going to go through pretty quickly a portion of our presentation, which we did not do at the board proceeding, but prompted by a comment that Chair Gibson made about some of what we did during COVID for vaccination, which I had forgotten about, but I went back and read actually a very nice note that he sent to Mike Britt of our company, and I thought it might be useful to take that as a springboard, just to update the commission and maybe refresh the commission on some of the things that we did. So if you're on page
9,
thank you very much, of your presentation. We wanted to mention that prior to COVID, we took the opportunity to convert almost 700 of our team members who were part-time and on-call to full-time. We did that exclusively so they could get the benefits of being full-time, which is healthcare and vacation pay, things like that. But that was an attempt for us to improve the lives of these team members. Second thing, which I think I did mention, or maybe I didn't, we paid, as one of 3 licensees to do so, we paid our team members in full throughout the pandemic. We're very proud that we did that. And, we also paid their healthcare in full, including after we closed properties and we no longer employed individuals from closed properties, we paid their health care through the end of September. In the pandemic, we tested our team members for free at our properties. We vaccinated our team members and their families for free. We vaccinated the public for free. And we tried to make that very convenient. It was, in fact, that effort that I think Chair Gibson recognized, and that led to us actually being able to reopen at full capacity, 100% capacity instead of 80% ahead of many of our peers, because we had so many of our team members vaccinated at that point. We also made, this is our closed properties, available for food distribution. We made them available for vaccination, and we made them available for testing throughout the pandemic. And I guess we're also especially proud working with the board that we really took a lead role in developing the health and safety standards that got rolled out We basically organized and worked with all the local operators and northern and southern to actually collect thoughts and put together a health and safety plan that we thought would work and allow everybody to open safely, including us. I want to say a few words on Station Casinos and its team members. First bullet point, which we've obviously publicized quite a bit because we're quite proud of, is we offer free healthcare to everybody in our company who makes $100,000 or less. And 92% of our employees pay absolutely nothing for their healthcare. That is, we think, pretty rare, and we're pretty proud of what we do for them. We also have what we think is the highest percentage of full-time employees in the business, where we're between 85 and 90%. Not too long ago, we were above 90%. And as I mentioned before, with the conversion of the part-time people to full-time, that provides a lot of benefits and vacation pay and everything else for our team members. We have opened 2 medical centers at our properties so that our team members can get free healthcare, free prescriptions, free labs right there at the property where they work, and that includes their families. And we've also implemented a one-of-a-kind 401k plan, which we don't believe that anyone else, clearly in Nevada or anyone else, frankly, in the United States has, which in addition to our 401k plan, which is more traditional company match, this 401k plan contributes to our employees' retirement on an hourly basis. Money goes into their 401k account for every hour that they work if they're hourly employees. And finally, although there are actually a number of other things I could have added to this list, but I don't want to talk on too long, we have implemented a very, very well-received citizenship program where we have a full-time person who actually helps our team members who are interested in U.S. citizenship get there, and we pay for it as well. And then turning to the next page, 11 of your presentation, I guess I will say that what I said before, I think speaks how well we treat our team members. And in return, we have really gotten a great deal of love back from our team members. For 2 years in a row, they have voted us the top casino employer in Las Vegas. And we recently got recognized by another group. It's called National Great Place to Work, and we got that award for 22 and 23. So we're pretty proud of the way our dedication to our team members has been received by them and given back. And then the final thing I will say here is you guys know Station Casinos for 46 years. We've grown with the Las Vegas Valley. Our principals grew up here. They've lived here their entire lives. They went to high school here, and they have their company has grown. They started off with 5,000 square feet, 90 employees in 1976, and right now we have 16 properties?
Yes, we do.
16 properties that we're operating. We've got hopefully 2 more coming on in the next 14 months with Wildfire and Durango. So we're a top job generator. We are a top employer, and we contribute a lot to the life of the Las Vegas Valley. Our team members volunteer extensively. We pair with elementary schools in Clark County and help them throughout the school year. And in terms of charitable work, we consider ourselves really major contributors. And the fact that I will mention, because I actually just collected this after the control board meeting, but our company and its principals and the companies that our principals control have contributed over $250 million to charity in this century. And they are some of the most, Frank and Lorenzo Fertitta are some of the most generous people you'll find. You will not find them blowing their own horn. But the companies that they run and themselves personally have contributed quite a bit to the Las Vegas Valley. And we don't think too many have given back more. I mentioned jobs at one point, and that seems like it's actually a good chance to turn to Durango, which is where Steve takes over.
portion of the presentation.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary, board staff, thank you very much for letting me present. For the record, Stephen Cootie, Executive Vice President, Chief Financial Officer, and Treasurer of Red Rock Resorts. First project we're going to talk about, I think Joel Hampy talked about Fremont, which is the first of many projects that we're going to launch over the next 8 to 10 years. I'm going to briefly give you an update on Durango for those of you who live in the southwest area of Las Vegas or go by there, past the 215, you notice the skyline is changing dramatically. The building is going up really fast. So we're incredibly proud of this project. It's ideally located on 215. It's got great ingress egress. It's got one of the fastest growing areas in Las Vegas with a very favorable demographic profile. It's expected to generate investment returns in line with what Frank and Lorenzo have done from a greenfield perspective. Construction started in January 2022. The project's about is going to cost about $750 million all in. We've currently secured about 70% of the construction costs under GMP as an inflation hedge. If you include FF&E through long lead purchasing, we've secured about 77% of the project costs. So we feel pretty good about where the budget stands. I was fortunate enough to actually tour the property on last Friday. As I mentioned, it's going up really fast. It was on the 14th floor of the 15th floor building. So we expect to top this off, the building off, the first or second week in October. The curtain wall and the exterior, the curtain wall should be finished by the end of the year. So you'll see a full glass structure, and the interiors will be finished. The exterior will be finished by January, and we should be powering up the building in February, which will allow us to finish up the interior of the building for an expected opening in the fall of or Q4 of 2023. When complete, it'll be 533,000 square feet, 73,000 of casino space, over 2,000 slots, 42 table games, 200 luxury rooms and suites. It will have 4 restaurants, a food hall, 20,000 square feet of meeting space, and as well as a resort pool and a experiential race and sports book. And as Jeff talked about jobs, and this is an answer that, as you know, the compendiums of these things are always ebbing and flowing as we get ready for opening and going planning. So this is the answer that was slightly to the board. It's even better. I think I gave an answer of roughly 950 employees. This should now be over 1,000. Right now it's 1,053. But as that, that's going to be changing probably over the next couple of months. Hiring for the properties in earnest will be starting next year with our recruitment center opening up in January. Return the page. This just tells us why we're excited about Durango. 250,000 adult residents live within a 5-mile radius. From a gaming perspective, it's a completely under-gamed segment, 50 games per person. If you compare that to Red Rock and Green Valley, it's about 2 times Red Rock and Green Valley. It's on 71 acres where 166,000 cars pass daily. So it's and there's no non-restricted gaming facility within 5 miles, the closest one being Red Rock. And then the next page really just really demonstrates statistically what I was just saying, where I was always surprised when I put this together that Durango, the micro kind of economy is really a 3 to 5 mile radius, is larger than Red Rock and Green Valley, but has a very similar wealth propensity, which surprised me. So you got a faster growing market. It's going to lead to a lot of discretionary income. And again, as I mentioned before, it's completely unserved market. It becomes unrestricted gaming. Then Durango is just, I think, the beginning. As we kind of move to the next page, which is slide 18. As we mentioned on the last earnings call, the plan is really to double the size of our portfolio over the 8 to 10 years. We are big believers in Las Vegas, and we're big believers in Nevada. The reasons are, it is one of the fastest growing MSAs in the nation. We have very favorable demographic trends. Population since 2006 has grown about 1.6% per year. And if you look within that population, if you skew to households over 200,000, they're expected to grow over 13% over the next 5 years. A lot of the reasons that you all know, it's a great place to live, very favorable business environment, very favorable tax rates, and a very easy cost of living, especially when compared to some of our neighbors. So what we're seeing here is, as Joel mentioned, Fremont is going to launch in February of next year. We will quickly follow that with Durango, which is again located on 71 acres. We will hive off about 20 acres of that land, 21 acres of that land, and sell that to 2 multifamily developers. That sale is in progress, and we're going through entitlements, but we do expect to close that sale hopefully by the end of the year and announce those projects. And then what you see here is the next 6 projects that we plan on, we plan on launching over the next 8 to 10 years. We're going to use a very disciplined process. We're going to start with the entitlements, the zoning, the planning for all these properties. The ordering is not to be determined and probably will not be determined until Durango is open and stable. And then we assess the economic condition at that time. But right now we're going full bore on design, just to make sure we have full optionality when Durango is open. And the beauty of all these sites, if you turn the pages, they're all they're very convenient, located on very favorable ingress egress. They have ample anchorage where we can either do what we did in Durango and partner with a multifamily developer, or gives us enough flexibility to design a master plan development, equipped to handle maybe more of a hybrid example where it's more regional / local. All SB 208 restrictions, and that's really it. And they're all positioned, as I say in this graph, where the growth is. I think Frank and Lorenzo think very long term. I think it's great to have principal owners like that, where they can buy and hold land for 20, 30 years and wait for the population to come to them. So they're under no pressure to sell, no pressure from the investors to actually do something that is in the bad interest of it's not the best interest of the company. And on page 20, this is where I think, as Jeff mentioned, I'll talk a little bit about how we actually transitioned the real estate portfolio over the last. We're very active in the real estate market, and we continue to do so. First is the closures of Texas, Fiesta Rancho, and Fiesta Henderson, which we closed along with the rest of the 6 big resorts and the 10 wildfires, in March of 2020, with the implementation of COVID. And then as we approached late May, we were living in a very uncertain economic time, I think, as we all know and lived through. So when we opened up, we decided to hold back 4 of our resorts. The three resorts mentioned here were our lowest performing resorts. The other resort was Palms Casino. The rationale for Palms Casino was quite simple. We viewed it as more of a strip-like property, and we were less sure about the strip coming back initially than we were sure about the locals. But over literally the last year and a half, we deliberated and tried to figure out ways to make those 3 resorts economically profitable to the entire organization by changing programs, cutting space. And in the end of the day, we were able to get the majority of the revenue from those players onto to play at our other resorts. So at the end of the day, Frank Lorenzo and the team made the decision to permanently shutter those those properties. But that doesn't mean we're not committed to Henderson. That does not mean we're not committed to the city of North Las Vegas. As we recently saw, this planning commission of the city of North Las Vegas recently approved our plans to develop resort on the 67 acres at Losi and 215. We're currently in the process of entitling and the process of purchasing that property, which we expect to close in October this year. That resort is going to have 70,000 feet of casino space. It's going to be in 2 phases and over 600 hotel rooms. So that just shows that while we are leaving Texas and Rancho, we are not leaving the city of North Las Vegas through the development of Losi. With Henderson, we plan on redeveloping Sunset Station. And so then we'll have 2 anchor luxury properties on the east side of town, which is one of the reasons Frank and Lorenzo did not want to open that. And Wild West was the one that we recently announced. That property just did not fit in with the strategic vision of the company. We do plan on demoing that property, and we do plan on redeveloping on that parcel of land. So that's a parcel that will not be selling. And then what we did was as I mentioned, we picked up Losi. And then we picked up 127 acres on Cactus, just south of Cactus, and we already own roughly 57 acres north of Cactus. This area we viewed as a large enough area to give us maximum flexibility with designing a master plan facility, as well as it had better ingress egress from highways, which was one of the items that we see. And just kind of before I leave that page, our growth isn't really just new developments. We are really focused on changing out and redeveloping the amenities in our current 6 properties. As we recently announced a complete renovation of our food halls at Boulder Station. We recently announced the opening up Wildfire Grill at Wildfire Lake Beach Lounge. And we recently announced the revitalization of the buffet at Red Rock. So you're going to, when finished, which should be by the end of the year, that would then hold 3 restaurants as well as a high limit table, which is already open. So we understand the importance of that because it's the only way we can attract new customers as well as retain our existing customers, giving them constant reasons for them to go from there to here. And if I switch, and then the next page really just shows when I mentioned that we're going to be active in the real estate market. We're selling more than we're acquiring, so we're hoping to use the parcels that we plan on divesting. Mount Rose has already been divested. There's a Reno property that's not on here that we're currently in the market to sell and under a contract to sell, and as well as these represent Cactus, a portion of the site as well as the 3 closed properties. And we'd hope to use those proceeds to fund which already is closed Cactus as well as what will close later in the year, Losi. And if I go to the shelf offering, which is on page 23, I think this gives us some comfort on how we can do this. I mean, we've coming out of COVID, the business is transformed incredibly. We've had record, it seems almost every month or every quarter is a record quarter. And if not a record quarter, it's only not a record quarter because the year before 2021 was a record quarter. So the business has transformed amazingly. But this was our 8th quarter, margins over 48%, 45%. And I think what's most important from this slide is that we're converting about 60% of that EBITDA to cash, which allows us to execute our long-term growth plans without getting over-levered, as well as returning capital to our shareholders, both in the form of share repurchases as well as a dividend, which we just initiated in March of this year. And then on the debt, I think I'm very proud of the debt structure. We have $2.8 billion of debt. The interest rate is incredibly low. And until very recently, just due to the Fed rates, it's been very consistent over the last 4 or 5 years. So we've done pretty well managing our interest rate. We have an incredibly flexible covenant package and credit agreement, no near-term maturities. And then if I flip the page, and Member Watkins asked a question about the debt load and comparing it to the IPO. So I thought this slide was just going to be a good illustration. That kind of shows that the debt has been very consistent. We definitely have a stronger credit agreement than we did back in 16 and 17, and the leverage is much lower. And as Jeff mentioned on the employee side, but on the financial side, what I was proud of is we were one of the only gaming companies during the COVID crisis not to seek equity, not to seek additional debt, and not to seek additional, even a bank amendment from our bank group, which kind of demonstrates the flexibility that we can go 79 days with no revenue and be still okay under the credit agreement we have in place. And with that, I think I turn it over to questions.
Do you have any questions? Starting, well, back to Commissioner Cohen, I guess, and then, oh, I thought you were turning it on.
No,
Okay, you are. Right.
A threshold question, probably Mr. Rubenstein, you would know best. Has an application been filed for Durango with the board for?
It's about to be filed within a matter of days.
Okay. What I'm about to say are not questions. I'm not even expecting an answer. It's more of a general statement of where I believe certain issues that pertain to you two gentlemen and the company stand at the present time. The Culinary Union has come before this commission and the board for a very long time now, in public comments, made allegations regarding the company, made allegations regarding individuals. We were given certain materials regarding the NLRB actions, and those NLRB interim decisions are problematic, or else they wouldn't be appealed and exceptions wouldn't be filed. And I have no idea when and if there'll be a resolution. And my comments are aimed at that, when and if there is a resolution. If there were finality to anything in the documentation that at least I have reviewed, and my fellow commissioners may have their own opinions, then I think we would have some different, at least I would have much different questions than I have today. I feel constrained by what has happened with the commission for years, that it is the policy of the commission not to intervene, not to intertwine itself in ongoing litigation. And by ongoing litigation, I certainly don't want to be responsible for doing anything that may harm the culinary union and any positions they're taking. I certainly don't want to harm any positions that station casinos may have. I don't want it, headlines in the newspaper regarding any comments that may be taken out of context. Comments under oath could be misconstrued, may be used against either party. So I feel it best, as the record is presented to us now, that we are constrained not to view it, not to make any assumptions based upon it. Is it possible that station casinos may prevail? Yes. Is it possible the union may prevail? Yes. Is it possible? There's just too many possibilities, and I'm not here, to opine as to that. So what I am saying is, if there were finality, we would be looking at a much different hearing as far as I'm concerned. So with that, I'll turn it over to the rest of the panel, but that's why I feel. I think we can't really get into the NLRB for purpose of this hearing today.
Okay, starting on my right, do you have any additional questions or comments?
I have no specific questions about the applications. I mean, I think they're clear. The board record was pretty extensive. I'm prepared to move forward with the application as is today. I think, this company in particular has a strong track record in this community. Sorry, you're divesting in Northern Nevada. We should stay up there. But look, I think particularly some of the items as it relates to their employees are very strong. 100% funded healthcare for employee and their family is not something you see very often these days. So, I think the other ongoing matters that were referenced by Mr. Cohen need to play themselves out. And if there are issues after all of those items are resolved, then we'll look at them. But otherwise, I feel comfortable with the application as it sits before us. And I'm also prepared to remove the slots only restriction off the wildfire. Thank you.
Thank you. I also am comfortable with the track record the company has established. I think you've built some beautiful properties. You've been a good employer and employed a lot of people in Nevada. But I will say I am very concerned with the preliminary findings, especially with respect to you two individuals. That's going to be a high threshold for you to overcome, but it gives me great concern when any kind of administrative body, raises issues with respect to testimony that you're providing before them. So that's not something that I say in order to affect the ultimate outcome. I don't know what the ultimate determination will be with respect to the labor dispute, but I do hope that you're listening to these people. We've heard them month after month, and they seem to have, legitimate issues that I hope the company's listening to. When I say legitimate, I don't know the legitimacy with respect in a legal sense, but I do think that it's difficult for these people to come here month after month, and I don't think they would be doing so if they felt somebody at the company was listening to them. So with that, I'll leave it at that. I think we received the response, I believe, through Mr. Rubenstein's office. Might have come from you, Mr. Welsh.
Yes.
I thought the response was a little bit dismissive in terms, it went beyond just the numbers. I think the reasons questions arose were because I don't know that you were giving credit where credit was due as far as what you were informed or not informed about. So I'll leave it at that, but I will say that I found your response to be very dismissive. I don't have any further questions with respect to, or any questions with respect to the transaction, so I will, pass to whomever is.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm reserving my thoughts in connection with the NRLB issues and the litigation it's pending. I just am so concerned about something being misconstrued that I might say, whether it's a question or my position or my preliminary thoughts. I don't think it's appropriate at this time, so I'm simply going to continue to observe and listen to the public comments. And if and when there's a conclusive decision after you've taken it up and down the ladder and the chain, because I know that it's still in flux, then we'll deal with it when it's appropriate, when there's a conclusive decision. But I'm more impressed today with the opening statements that you had, because you can see the mood today is, what do you do to give back to the community? And I thought it was very appropriate and well placed to talk about you being a good corporate citizen and a community partner. And while everybody wants to put the events that happened in the last few years in the past, I don't think it should be lost what you've done for the community, and the care you've taken to make sure people have the health care and that people have the testing and the food. And you've really done a very, very good job, I think, when the sky was falling, to be one of the few, I think one of 3 or maybe 4, who continue to pay through the end of the year. And I think it's imperative to treat people like family, and I think you've done that. And I also am very interested in the new program relating to citizenship. I think that is on point, and having empathy and caring for people and finding issues that are important to them and then addressing those. So clearly you're serving a need, you're listening, and I'm impressed with that. But just a quick question, it wasn't really discussed in detail, but with the Wild Wild West closure, very recent, at the board hearing, when I listened, there were about 85 employees that I don't want to say terminated, but displaced, and that offers were made, and there was a limited time within which they could accept offers somewhere else. And it was too soon at that point, because I think it was just in place the prior week. So now a little bit of time has passed, and I don't know if you had any quantifiable data to provide me in terms of how many of the 85 have accepted positions somewhere else. I know there was some dialogue about, well, it might be further away from where I am now, and I understand that those are real life issues, especially with gas prices increasing. But of the 85, how many have accepted offers, how many are pending, and how many have declined, if you know?
I'll take this one for the record. It's Jeffrey Welsh again. At all of the Wild Wild West employees, save one who was a salaried employee, have been successfully transferred to our other properties.
Oh, that's excellent news. I'm happy to hear that.
And we're still working with the salaried employee, to my understanding. So.
And then, Mr. Cootie, I just wanted to commend your disclosure before the board in connection with some issues you've had in the past. And I thought you were candid, and I really found it refreshing, because we hear excuses or rationalizations a lot, and you simply said there was just no justification. So I just wanted to tell you I appreciated that very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
I was listening, because that's my question often. What were you doing? Give me an explanation. And it was just straightforward, and you weren't hiding from it. So I thank you for that. I know it's difficult, and that you've learned from your mistake.
I would echo Commissioner Cohen's, comments as far as the labor matter. I would say that the longest written opinion I ever had as a state court judge was in an EMRB matter. It was like 55 something pages long, and it is difficult to have people coming in public comment and asking us as a regulatory commission to undertake some action. But I respect that the board has, it's not their first rodeo, right? And this is not the first time that there's, been some investigation or some administrative proceeding. And the idea that they, wait to determine what the court rules, what the NLRB ultimately rules, and what determinations are made by reviewing those administrative decisions is something I know can be frustrating for people who want action, but something as a judge for over 20 years, I understand the level of sophistication, legal knowledge, and what it would take to undertake such an investigation at the risk of impeding it, affecting it, or second guessing it is not wise and not necessarily a good use of their limited resources. So with that being said, I too wait for the outcome of that and consider this before me today. And if there's nothing else, sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A question for council, probably. If we remove the unrestricted item number 4, if we remove the condition number 1 regarding the restriction to slot machines only, do we need to add any additional conditions for coming back to add table games if they want? I know it's all sort of outlined in the regs.
No, Commissioner, you wouldn't need to add any additional conditions.
I'm ready when you are, Madam Chair.
Okay. Anything else on the table games discussion before I anticipate a motion? And I guess I would like to, before I hear any motion or call for a motion, ask the draft number and date of the draft that you have gone through and would suggest to me is acceptable, albeit needing a change after the vote, perhaps. I don't know.
Madam Chair, with respect to the drafts, we've got draft number 1 of the 8th revised order of registration dated July 22nd. And with respect to the shelf, we've got draft number 1 dated August 4th.
Okay, August.
Madam Chair, before we move on, I thought we were going through the company issues first. I did have additional questions for Mr. Cootie.
Okay,
yeah. But now is the time.
Okay.
Okay.
And I think
Just interrupt Jeff Walsh again for the record. I just wanted to kind of address that last discussion very quickly. First of all, Member Solis Rainey, I'm sorry that you found that dismissive. That was not the intent of the reply. What that may reflect is a little bit of frustration on our part because we tend to litigate in the litigation, and yet, week after week, month after month, we take public abuse. And so to the extent that that frustration was reflected in the answer to the question, I apologize. That was not the intention, of my reply, and that was my reply. And then the other thing I want to quickly address is what Mr. Popple said this morning about the city of North Las Vegas. In response, and just for the record, I really feel like I should do that. In response to a question from one of the planning commissioners as to whether we had rehired anyone from those 3 closed properties, I said, yes, as a matter of fact, we have hired 1/3 of the employees from each of those 3 properties to our other properties. And then I went on to say, for the past 14 months, we've been prevented from doing so by SB 386. And if I had stopped there, then Mr. Popple's outrage would have perhaps been justifiable. But what I actually said twice on the record after that is, and that's because we can't hire somebody to Red Rock from Fiesta Henderson until we've hired back all the Red Rock employees already. And we have not hired back all the Red Rock employees already, which means that the Fiesta Henderson, Texas Station, Fiesta Rancho employees can't come back to one of our new properties or one of our other properties, open properties under SB 386. And as I said, he accurately quoted the first sentence that I said. He did not accurately quote the rest of it. And so that's the reason we've been constrained by SB 386 from bringing people back to our open properties.
Okay, if
Thank
you would excuse me, I just want to consult with my colleagues on comfort issues that have nothing to do with this item. Excuse me.
Take a break.
I'd like to take a break, Chair.
I'm on it. I'm on it. I've got you. We're going to take, I apologize. I would like to finish the item and take the break, but we need the break now. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll start hopefully promptly at 1:10. Thank you.
I'm saying I should have held my tongue.
I know I said 110. I wouldn't begrudge her the extra
2 minutes.
2 minutes for her to be flexing her fingers. Sticking them in ice. I'm sorry, what did you say?
Thank you. I'm ready.
Okay.
Thanks for.
So tight.
Okay. We're back. Are we back? I can't see any thumbs. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he has a thumbs
Okay,
up.
thank you. We're back on the record. We left off and we were going to have questions of you individually, starting with Commissioner Spencer.
Yes, thank you for being here, Mr. Cootie. I want to preface my questions by also acknowledging that I appreciate that you've cleared all the legal hurdles with respect to the arrest that you had in 2020. But I would like a little bit, I have questions with regards to the specifics. Were you working the night before?
No, I was not.
Okay. I was curious about that because of the manner that they described your dress, but it indicated that that's what you told the officer, is that you were going home from work. I don't know if you meant just from Red Rock.
I mean, I think I came home in the morning of Sunday, I believe. I mean, I was not in a good state to answer any questions. I don't believe I was at work. I actually started the night at dinner with my ex-wife.
Okay. And is your ex-wife Ronnie?
Yes, Ronnie. Yeah.
Okay. That was the question that I had also, because she was listed as a spouse, but I understood you were divorced, so I wasn't quite clear on, how they obtained that information. Yeah, just the discrepancies between the report and kind of what I thought based on the record. I wanted to clarify. It did indicate you indicated to the officer that you were on your way home from work. The time of it seemed odd, and also the manner in which you were dressed. So thank you for clarifying that. With respect to the actual incident, you were very, very lucky. I mean, when I look at the blood alcohol content 4 hours after you were picked up, that was significant. I mean, this is not something that seemed to be consistent with the amount of time that you indicated you'd been drinking. Now I realize maybe you were impaired when you gave him that information, but if what you told the officer was actually correct, the quantity of alcohol in your system at the time that they did the draw, many hours later, it just seemed inconsistent.
I mean, I don't recall, but Commissioner, I apologize.
And you cleared the legal hurdles with respect to, finishing up the community service and paying the fines and such. Is that an issue that you are addressing otherwise?
No, I mean, I cleared all the hurdles. And again, I can tell you this is one of the most humbling experiences I've ever been through. And so these questions are nothing than trying to explain this to my children. Every day I live with this. I agree with your first statement. I'm lucky, not just for me, but potentially for other families.
Yeah, and for your family.
That's right.
All righty. I didn't have any other questions. We frequently, as you know, have applicants come before us on appeals when their gaming registration is denied. And one of the things that we look at is the frequency or the timing of the event, how recent it is. Since this is fairly recent, I wanted to make sure that I fully understood it and understood the circumstances leading up to it. It's not something that I think we can gloss over. And, given that it's less than 2 years ago, I wanted to make sure that I had a full understanding and that we had a full record on that.
No,
So
I
thank you
understand.
for answering my questions. I don't have anything else.
Anybody else? Okay, so do we have any additional questions of them individually? All right, there being none. At this time, before, I guess I have a question just in anticipation of any motion, because, as chair for coming up on a year, my understanding from the discussions of rump, which I have the opportunity to observe, that this is kind of a historical thing. And so I just want to understand going forward if there was going to be some change that we're enacting here, not even change, but doing it differently than it's been done historically. Is it because it's this, it's not because it's this applicant. It's my understanding that the plan is that there's a plan to change the way this is vetted, I guess.
Correct. There was more confusion about this than I thought there would be with the slots only condition. So to avoid that going forward, when we get an application for a new property, we're going to get clarification if it's anticipated that table games or other games are going to be added in addition to slot machines, and either will run with the report with the games included, so that we have from the get-go, we'll have the internal controls and the surveillance system to submit as one package. If the new property is going to open up without table games, then it'll be slots only, but we'll have a condition, something to the effect, I don't have the wording right in front of me, games other than slot machines may be added with administrative approval of the chair or the chair's designee. Commissioner Kiefer has the exact wording, and he'll read it in.
And my point is, I understand from the questioning, and I'm anticipating, not because it's been discussed, but because of the comments that have made thus far, that there may be an adjustment to that condition. And what's important to me is that if I'm going to consider any adjustment to that condition, it's not because respectfully you don't like it. It's because I'm about treating similarly situated applicants and licensees the same. But what I'm hearing is the plan is, just because you've always done it some way, it's a particular way, doesn't mean that's the best way to do it, or that you should keep doing it that way. And I understand that. So you're telling me going forward that, you plan to change it. If we left that condition in place, then they're left under an old scheme just because they're right in that window before the change. Is that what I'm to understand?
I think so.
Okay. Thank you. All right. There being no other questions or comments by anyone?
Yeah, just a comment to the, as it relates to the board, that certainly appreciate them not wanting to strip away our authority to to have our voice heard on this issue as well. And I think it's different if we sort of approve it preemptively rather than making it happen without our consideration. So that would be my only other comment.
Anybody else? All right. It appears there are no additional comments or questions in this matters ripe for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move that we approve non-restricted item number 5 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and read into the record by Madam Secretary, and that we also approve non-restricted item number 4 as recommended by the board and read into the record by Madam Secretary, with the exception of the removal of condition number 1, which reads the location is restricted to the operation of slot machines and a sports pool only. And the addition of a new condition reading that games other than slot machines may be added without prior administrative approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board chair, the chair's designee, with the prior approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board chair or the chair's designee.
Okay.
Should I read that again? Just to make it
Yeah,
absolutely clear.
please. Please.
Games other than slot machines may be added with prior administrative approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board chair or the chair's designee.
That's it.
It says without it. So
Do we have any
sure,
concern
correct.
about the motion from the Attorney General's office in its form or substantive content?
No, I'm not certain why we need that condition. If it can just be removed, number one can just be removed.
Yeah, Mr. Hoffman has asked for the condition to be added, just I think for extra clarity's sake, that
It's to make sure that we capture, with the change, we would capture the internal controls and the the new surveillance plan. It's just makes it more formal, and then there's a process for having that submitted and looked at versus just hoping it shows up.
Okay, then, yeah, no problem with the motion.
All right, any discussion on the motion? Comments, questions, concerns? There being none, I guess that's two motions, right? Motion for, let's just take them separately. Non-restricted number 5. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And it appears there are none opposed. As to non-restricted number 4, with the removal of the condition number 1 and the language that was stated by Commissioner Keycapper. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, there are none. Thank you very much. All right, Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted number 8.
Non-restricted number 8 are the applications of MGM Resorts International and Mandalay Resorts Group LLC for an amendment to their order of registration. It is also the applications of MGM Sports Interactive Gaming LLC and Gary Fritz for licensure as a manager or key executive of Bet MGM LLC as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda. I believe we have disclosures on this item.
Thank you, I do. BetMGM, Mandalay Resort Group, MGM Resorts International, MGM Sports Interactive Gaming are subsidiaries of MGM Resorts International, and they are all clients of Louis Roca, the firm where I'm a partner, in unrelated matters in which I'm not personally involved. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, and I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationships described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I also have a disclosure with respect to non-restricted item number 8. I'm a partner in Morris Law Group, and I have in the past represented MGM and various entities and unrelated litigation that's concluded. I have no pecuniary interest in the item before us and do not believe the independence or judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected by this prior relationship, and I do intend to participate and vote on this matter.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for your patience.
No problem. Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Secretary Rupert. For the record, Sean McGinnis and Butler Snow on behalf of MGM Resorts International and MGM Sports Interactive Gaming, and Gary Fritz, who is joining us by Zoom. I see that he's there. We appreciate the Zoom appearance for him. So these are the MGM appearances. Mr. Shears in Carson City representing that MGM. So I'll let him to make his appearance.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, Commissioner, Secretary. For the record, Scott Shearer of Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, appearing today on behalf of BetMGM, and I appreciate allowing me to appear from Carson City.
Thank you. Okay, so
we have two components of this application matter. One is Mr. Fritz's suitability. The other is a item where additionally designating MGM Sports Interactive Gaming as a manager. That president is currently a member. Mr. Shearer has addressed that in the previous hearing. So if it's acceptable to you, I thought we could just go to Mr. Fritz and he could provide a background, and we can talk about his background first and then handle the manager aspect after that. That works.
does anyone have any problem with that? No, that would be fine.
Okay, Mr. Fritz.
Good afternoon. Just wanted to ensure that my audio was clear.
It is. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, and Madam Secretary. Gary Fritz, member of the Board of Directors of BetMGM. Just a little bit quick background. Educational background, graduated University of Pennsylvania, hold a master's degree from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. My association with BetMGM and MGM Resorts stems from about a 20-year relationship with the principals involved with IAC. I was part of the early management team at Expedia Inc., the large online travel agency, which subsequently was acquired by IAC and subsequent to that spun out as an independent company. I held roles with Expedia for 10 years. One of its subsidiaries was a business named TripAdvisor, which I'm sure many of you are aware of. I held executive roles with TripAdvisor for the better part of 4 years. And those concluded in 2020. When MGM Resorts was invested into by IAC in the summer of 2020, I was contacted by both Chairman Barry Diller and President Joey Levin as to whether or not I would like to be involved in the so-called day-to-day management of their investment in MGM Resorts, which is a role I assumed in 2020. And my responsibilities have included building a relationship with the management team at MGM Resorts and working on the BetMGM joint venture, given my background in online businesses and management of e-commerce businesses. Subsequently, I actually have taken on a direct employment position with MGM as well as the managing director of digital mergers and acquisitions, where I've been leading all of the capital deployment efforts that MGM Resorts is endeavoring to pursue with respect to interactive and digital investments.
Thank you. I guess I would open it up for questions at this time for Mr. Fritz or council. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you so much, Chair. Welcome, Mr. Fritz. How are you today? Thank you for your patience.
No worries. Thank you. I'm fine. Thank you very much.
So I do appreciate your time today and giving us some background, but if you could maybe provide us a little bit more detail about your work with Herring Center. I understand, of course, why you were interested in that in connection with the neurodiverse children, but maybe give us some information about what they do, how many children they've served. I know there's a need for that type of work. I think there's a huge gap in society to contribute in that way.
I completely echo that sentiment. The Herring Center is actually a research center inside of the College of Education at the University of Washington. And its mission is to deliver early age interventions to neurodiverse children and children with developmental disabilities. As I'm sure you're aware, private interventions and private early interventions are extremely expensive and uneconomical and unaffordable for the overwhelming majority of families who receive a diagnosis like that for their children. So we have attempted to create a curriculum that delivers interventions, early age interventions for children with developmental disabilities in a classroom setting, beginning at the age of 3, which is where federal special education mandates kick in for most families, so that the outcome of those school delivered interventions, we benchmark them against private interventions and hope to develop a curriculum that has outcomes similar to privately funded interventions. And so that facility and our program services about 100 students, ranging from age 3 to kindergarten, and is operated as a school, but it's a school in which data is constantly being taken to, again, benchmark the outcomes of the interventions that we're delivering. And so I have chaired the board of the Herring Center and served as a member for many, many years.
Well, thank you. I think it's compelling work, and I hope there's a wider and well-received dissemination of the curriculum that's being fine-tuned and worked on so that more people can get the help that they need. So I wanted to ask you about that, and I appreciate the insight, and thank you for your work on that center.
Thank you.
And I have no areas of concern. Your record is clean, and have no issues at all. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions for Mr. Fritz? Commissioner Keffer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. During the board hearing, you were questioned on some of your outside directorships, but I think you didn't get asked about the one that I was curious about, which was TukuNet. I'm saying that correctly.
Tushu. Sorry.
Tushu. Okay.
Yes.
Can you just explain that one to me a little bit?
Sure. That TushuNet was the part of my responsibility is when I was an executive at TripAdvisor, was managing the Asia Pacific region. We had a Chinese subsidiary at the time, and the parent company for the Chinese subsidiary was TushuNet, of which I was a director of.
That makes perfect sense. Thank you for that.
And would you spell that from our court reporter? I feel like I'm in court.
TUQU.
She doesn't get the materials, so she's not privy to. I guess she could guess or ask us.
It's spelled like I pronounced it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Anybody else? All right. We have no additional questions. Thank you very much, sir. At this time.
Well, we have the other component of the
yes.
application, which is the MGM Sports Interactive Gaming being up to be a manager as well as a member. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Shearer, because as BetMGM counsel, this is something that impacts both the MGM entity and the Entain entity. So I'll turn it over to him.
Thank you. And again, for the record, Scott Shearer. This goes back to the original licensing of BetMGM, and Mr. McGinnis or I were involved in that original licensing. See Ms. Okerberg and audience there on behalf of Entain, and she was involved in the original licensing of BetMGM either. But at the time, BetMGM is an LLC, and it's got a little bit of an unusual structure in that it has the two members, MGM Sports and Interactive Gaming, and then the Entain affiliate that is the other member of BetMGM LLC. Those two members, the LLC is technically member managed, so they are technically managers, but they have delegated in the agreement in the operating agreement all of their authority to manage the entity to the board of members representatives, and they each have the ability to appoint members to that board of members representatives. So they don't technically have a board of directors; they have a board of members representatives. At the time of the licensing, I went back and did some research and spoke to those who were involved. There were discussions with regard to how to handle, who to license, how to handle the licensing of BetMGM. I think the decision ultimately was, because the board of members representatives actually has been delegated the authority of the managers, that they should be licensed as the managers. And so that's originally how it was handled. But technically they are not the managers. And so what we have done with this application is to capture MGM Sports and Interactive Gaming as a manager. Again, they're already licensed as a member, so we don't have anyone that's unlicensed acting in any capacity. And my understanding is Entain has filed a similar application, and that will be on your agenda in the coming months for the entity that is the manager there. If they are the managers, however, that means the members of the board of members representatives arguably are not mandatory licensing positions, but rather discretionary licensing positions. And so what we've suggested here is that there be a condition on these licenses to require licensing of the members of the board of members representatives. Not so easy for me to say, but so that regardless of who's counsel going forward, there'll be a clear record that there is a condition that these particular individuals are in mandatory licensing position rather than a discretionary licensing position. and be happy to answer any questions about them.
Do we have any questions starting on this side? Commissioner Brown, Cohen? We don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Can you tell me the date of the draft that you reviewed so that I make sure
That's actually,
it's yours?
it's mine, yeah.
Okay.
It's August 2nd, draft number 1, but it's the version of August 2nd that came to me on August 18th, but
okay.
but I checked that with Deputy Chief Rippey for the board meeting to make sure that it's the correct version. So
That's the one I have. Okay. Well, we have the same one, so I think we're good. All right. So just make sure. Okay. If nobody has any additional questions or comments, okay, I have a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move for approval of non-restricted agenda by item number 8 is read into the record by Madam Secretary, as recommended by the Gaming Control Board, and authority to execute the 56 revised order of registration, draft number 1, dated as of 8/2/22.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Comes and goes. Okay. Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 11?
Non-restricted number 11 is the application of David Nathanson for finding of suitability as a director of FanDuel Group Parent LLC. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am Erica Okerberg. I am outside gaming counsel to the company. Here with me today is the applicant, David Nathanson. Mr. Nathanson is a director of FanDuel Group Parent LLC, which is an indirect owner of the licensee Betfair Interactive US LLC. And he's an independent director, so he serves alongside the executives who were here last month, which includes Peter Jackson, Jonathan Hill, and Amy Howe. If I could, I'd like to turn it over to him to give a little bit of his background.
We would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks.
I thank you for having me, Chair Tagliati and Commissioners, Madam Secretary. I'd first like to thank Agent Keeney for his thorough work in my investigation, and it's an honor to appear before you today. If you'll allow me, I'd like to share a little bit about myself. I was born and raised in Los Angeles, was fortunate enough to attend the University of Pennsylvania and receive my MBA from UCLA. I've spent most of my career in the media and sports business. I spent 18 years at Fox, where I oversaw many of their national sports networks, including FS1, Fox Soccer Channel, amongst others. One of the channels that I ran on behalf of Fox was a horse racing network called TVG, where I was president, and we grew that into one of the largest advanced deposit wagering companies in the United States. I led the sale of that company to Betfair, and then spent many more years at Fox in their sports business. I dedicate myself to a number of charities that are dear to me, including the U.S. Soccer Foundation, that I've been on the board for many years, and am the current treasurer of that nonprofit. I'm also on the board and also treasurer of the Mayor's Fund for Los Angeles, which is the nonprofit arm for the mayor and the city of Los Angeles. And I also sit on the board of advisors of the University of Pennsylvania School of Arts and Sciences. I joined the FanDuel board as an independent director in 2017, and it's a pleasure, as I said, to appear before you today.
Well, thank you. We appreciate that introduction. At this time, I would ask my colleagues if anyone has any questions.
I have one question not pertaining to your license application, because I have no issues with your license application. You were there when Mike Pearl was there?
I was.
He's a dear friend of mine, rest his soul. I've never seen so many Emmys in an office than his.
Yeah, special.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you for appearing today and for your patience. I know you've been here some time. Can you tell me what your work entails with the Mayor's Fund? What does the Mayor's Fund do and how do you help?
So the Mayor's Fund, it raises money from the community and disperses it to the benefit of the underserved in the city of Los Angeles. During the pandemic, the Mayor's Fund dispersed significant amount of money to those that were suffering, either were homeless, had food security, amongst other issues, and really just serves the community of Los Angeles on behalf of the initiatives that are important to that current administration.
And how long have you served with the Mayor's Fund?
I believe it's been 3 years now.
Okay, that's excellent work. I also noticed that I think you got interested in soccer when you were overseeing the Fox Soccer channel.
That's correct.
I don't know if you've had occasion to watch the show Wrexham with Ryan Reynolds.
Of course I have.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure because otherwise it's not legit. Okay, good.
I have. It's
Well,
legit.
And that's nonprofit work that you're doing.
That's right. The U.S. Soccer Foundation is really, in many ways, the nonprofit arm of U.S. Soccer, although it's technically not affiliated with the federation. And they provide safe places to play for children in underserved communities across the country. Their goal is to have 1,000. They'll, I believe, have more than 1,000 pitches across the country where not only do they provide those safe places to play, but then they program those places. So children across those communities have safe places to go to after school, and through the sport of soccer, learn many fundamentals, including health and teamwork and other good things.
I think it's a very important outlet for children and it keeps them out of trouble. So good work and keep it up.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time and your presentation. I have no areas of concern.
Anybody else? No, I don't have any areas of concern either. Thank you for being here today. And at this time, it looks like it's right for a motion.
Sorry, go ahead. Thank you. I'm happy to make a motion, Chair Tagliati, for approval of non-restricted item number 11 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and is read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks. All right, Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted number 13.
Non-restricted number 13 is the applications of Canyon Capital Advisors LLC for waivers as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Kim from Bally here on behalf of Canyon Capital Advisors LLC with respect to his application for institutional investor waiver. And with me, if necessary, is Doug Anderson, Chief Compliance Officer for Canyon Capital Advisors.
So did you have any comments you wish to make to the commission, or are you just inviting questions? What's the plan?
No formal presentation. Happy to answer any questions that the commission may have.
Okay, I'll start with my right this time. Any questions?
I didn't have any questions either. Seems pretty straightforward.
Yeah. Well, again, open meeting laws. I don't know who's going to have questions about what. So
I'm happy just to clarify. The waiver expires at the end of September of 2022, and you want the extension through 2025.
That is correct. Just another 3-year term.
Okay. And I understand that Canyon Capital Advisors holds $15.8 billion in 23 funds under management with 3,400 investors.
I do believe that is correct. from what we provided to Agent Mitchell.
I have no issues, no questions. I've reviewed the materials and I've observed the presentation before the board, and I think it's pretty clean and straightforward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry you had to wait so long.
Yeah.
No problem. Not a problem.
All right. So with that, it appears it's right before a motion.
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. I would move for approval of non-restricted item number 13 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? Oh, I would. Good.
And I'm sorry, can I clarify the draft? Is that, are you on draft number 1 dated August 15th, 2022?
Yes, that is correct.
And you looked that over and.
Yes, I had minor comments like with Agent Mitchell. I provided to him and they're resolved. So there's no
okay. All right. Thank you. So
I would amend my motion to include authority to execute that draft referenced.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
There are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Madam Secretary, I believe that concludes our items held out for discussion. Please read in our next agenda item.
Next, for your consideration, you have a stipulation for settlement and order settling the complaint filed in the matter of the Nevada Gaming Control Board versus William Hill U.S. Holdco Inc. et al., as noted on the agenda, case number 22-02. I believe we have a recusal on this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The matter before us was, I need to disclose that I'm an employee of the law firm McDonald Carano, and the matter before us was handled by a partner at the firm in which I'm an employee, and due to this pre-existing relationship, I feel it is necessary to recuse myself from considering this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I'll start. My name is A.G. Burnett with the law firm of McDonald Carano, and here with me is Mr. Jeff Hendricks, SVP and Assistant General Counsel for Regulatory and Compliance with the company. I'm not sure if you'd like to have Mr. Somps summarize the step. Otherwise, we have a brief prepared set of remarks.
I believe that's how we have been doing it, so I would appreciate hearing from him. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Mike Somps with the Attorney General's office here on behalf of the Gaming Control Board. Before you for your consideration is a settlement between the board and the named respondents in this matter, who are all affiliates of one another and hold various commission approvals, including manufacturer, racebook, and sports pool licenses. The named respondents for the record are William Hill U.S. Holdco Inc., American Wagering Inc., BW Subco, William Hill Nevada 1, William Hill Nevada 2, WHNV 3 LLC, and Brandywine Bookmaking LLC. So this settlement resolves a complaint against these respondents that was filed contemporaneously with this proposed settlement. And if you'd like, Madam Chair, I'm happy to go through and summarize the allegations of the complaint and then indicate what the settlement is.
Please.
So as you can see, there are a number of different types of violations alleged in this complaint. The complaint's handling these violations globally, but I think it's pretty straightforward, and the complaint contains four different counts. Counts 1 and 2, they are related to one another, and they address issues with the CBS race and sportsbook system that is used by respondents as their sports wagering system. As reflected in the complaint, the CBS system contained a flaw going back to 2015, as was determined by respondents, and that flaw allowed erroneous duplicate wagers to occur. And in other words, although a patron intended to only place one wager on a particular event with particular odds for a certain amount, the system had a flaw that resulted, if the circumstances were right, the erroneous and unintended duplication of that wager. When that flaw was discovered, the board was not notified by the manufacturer of the system, which is William Hill NV2. It was not notified within the required 3 business days pursuant to Reg 14.260. So count 1 of the complaint seeks to hold William Hill NV2 responsible for that failure. In addition, count 2 seeks to hold respondents responsible for the long-standing existence of the flaw in the CBS system given that they should have known of the flaw and didn't take appropriate and timely steps to address the flaw. Count 3 pertains to deficiencies in respondents' customer service and the significant number of customer complaints made to the board concerning that customer service. These complaints included excessive hold times, lack of responsiveness, and inability to reach someone in customer service. So count 3 seeks to hold respondents responsible for that deficiency. And then finally, count 4 pertains to a failure of William Hill, Nevada 1 as a racebook and sports pool licensee to immediately notify the board in accordance with Reg 5.055 of a suspected theft committed by one of its ticket writers at its Red Garter location out in West Wendover. So that's a summary of the complaints allegations. Moving on to the settlement, the respondents and the board have agreed to resolve this complaint through respondents paying a $100,000 fine subject to the commission's approval. So with that, Madam Chair, the board is seeking approval of this settlement. I'm happy to answer questions or perhaps you'd like to hear from Mr. Burnett now.
You wish to be heard?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. We just wish to state that in working with the Gaming Control Board on this matter, Caesars has acknowledged certain shortcomings noted in the complaint, especially as they related difficulties encountered during the COVID-19 crisis. Caesars takes regulatory compliance very seriously and has stood up to address these matters and has taken steps to rectify the issues found in the complaint. We're very hopeful and confident that these issues will not arise again. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Jeff Hendricks, who has some further remarks.
Thank you, AG. Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to present here today. In just a moment, I'm going to walk through what we believe are the underlying causes that led to the issues in this settlement. Before I do want to note our appreciation of the board and the board staff for their consideration and our dialogue as we work through these issues. And then following my remarks, I'm of course happy to answer any questions you may have, or of course as we go through them. So I want to note at the outset, this settlement agreement represents multiple areas that we find insufficient, really as well as the board and commission does. That's not the standard that we set operationally, it's not the standard we set from a compliance perspective. So we apologize for these issues and undertook the following measures to improve upon them and remediate them. And also, just kind of a general note, as we discussed with members of the board as we walked through this process, we worked as diligently as we could to keep the board updated on the status of our internal investigations, our review of these topics, and the remediation measures that we put in place. The first general area that I want to comment on is the performance of the platform that led to the duplicate wagers in question here. Caesars Sportsbook, which is the name I'll use to refer to the various entities that are party to the settlement, operates a platform that we refer to as the CBS platform in Nevada. This platform is a long-standing platform that has operated in various iterations over the past 30 years. Shortly after acquiring William Hill in 2021, what was then rebranded as Caesars Sportsbook, endeavored to, as quickly as we could, update this program and move to a new platform. So for context, I want the commission to know that we are applying to use a new platform, which we refer to as the Liberty platform. It is a cutting edge, modern platform for our customers, for our regulators, for our operators, that we believe will address many of the issues that are found in what is frankly a program that's been operating for a very long time. And so as we move to a modern platform, we believe that that will address many of the issues that result in this settlement. However, while we were moving to this new platform, we also worked to address what we could in the interim. I believe, as was noted, once we identified the duplicate wager issue, and once I was made aware, and our compliance team members were made aware, we reported that as promptly as we could to the Gaming Control Board, and then we're also worked to remediate that issue for our customers. So during the review period, when we identified wagers that we believe met this duplicate wager standard, we promptly identified those wagers and then worked to reimburse all of our customers. So if a guest did make a duplicate wager that resulted in them losing funds, they were reimbursed for those funds. Additionally, many guests won duplicate wagers through this process. None of those winnings were affected through our review, and obviously we thought the customers should be entitled to those funds. Additionally, I want to then move to our areas of remediation relating to the reporting issues noted in the settlement. As we were discussed, this issue was a pre-existing issue from when Caesar Sportsbook acquired the platform. Once we were made aware of it, we promptly reported it to the Gaming Control Board. We conducted our own internal investigation. We provided the results of that internal investigation to board staff members, and to the best of our ability, kept them apprised throughout that process. So they were made aware of all the information that we learned as we conducted our own internal investigation. Additionally, when it comes to prompt reporting of matters to the GCB, we've retrained all of our Caesar Sportsbook employees on the appropriate standards. We both did so when we had initial dialogue with the GCB last fall, and we continue to do so on an ongoing basis. I'd then like to move to the matters in the settlement relating to our customer service standards. I would also acknowledge that our customer service standards were not up to par and not up to our expectations during the time period that was reflected in the settlement, and clearly not up to the board or the commission standards as well. As these issues were occurring, we were also implementing numerous processes at the time that we still employ today to vastly improve that customer service function. So just for some comparison, when we look at our staff members from a pre-COVID, prior ownership perspective, 2019, to what we have forecast for the 2022 year-end period, we've more than doubled our customer service staff members in Nevada. So you'll see a commensurate, almost or more than doubling of our salaries and wages in that function as well. However, we also looked at third-party mechanisms to help improve our customer service feature. So we've used a chatbot feature to help address questions outside of the state. And what that does is it frees up our Nevada-based customer service agents to deal with Nevada questions and concerns and more promptly address those issues for our customers here in Nevada. We also have a third-party customer service function that operates outside of Nevada to, again, reduce the workload on those team members within Nevada so that we can give the service levels that we expect for our customers and our regulators. Additionally, I think that that's now been reflected in our actual improvement of the function, right? So when we discussed this with the board about a month and a half ago, we were very pleased to report that as of July of 22, we were addressing approximately 98% of customer inquiries that reach the Nevada phone and chat lines. We think is an excellent customer service standard. We also acknowledge that that was going to be pre-football season, and that's the season that drives our sports business. So I reached out to our team, and we're very pleased to note that currently we're addressing approximately 99% of customer inquiries to our Nevada phone and chat lines, and 93% of those we've been able to respond to within 30 seconds of the guest reaching out. So we've implemented a number of measures. We believe that that's now providing the proper customer service for all of our core stakeholders. So again, we were unhappy with where we were at the time. Acknowledge that to the board. We acknowledge that now, and I hope you can see from all of our efforts internally and through third-party resources that we're addressing that as quickly as possible. So some brief summation, I would note that most of the issues resulting in the settlement agreement began in late 2021 and into early 2022, which reflected, in my opinion, a historic series of labor issues and expansion of the gaming markets. That impacted the gaming business. It also impacted a number of other businesses. This is the time when restaurant hours were being reduced, operating hours for a number of businesses were being reduced. However, we understood that with that gaming expansion, even facing these labor shortfalls, we have a responsibility to our regulators and to our customers provide a high level of customer service. But through the actions that we just discussed, we endeavored to do so. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. And again, appreciate your time.
Okay, let's start. Okay.
I just had a couple questions. First of all, thank you for that very thorough presentation. I think it helps to hear of all the remedial actions that you've taken, and it sounds like you're making great strides on that. My questions are principally to just understand mechanically what happened. The materials indicate that the board learned of the problem through a patron dispute. What was the timing between when they learned of it and when you learned of it?
So not privy to the entire process on the board side. I mean, the board reached out to us promptly, and then we immediately engaged with them. So
So they reached out to you because they learned of the problem with the patron dispute. You
That's
weren't
correct.
aware of the problem at that point?
Not of that specific issue, no.
With respect to the duplicate wagers, when the system duplicated it, did it deduct the amount of the wager from the customer's account? So if they bet $5 on something and it was during a period when it duplicated, did it take the $5 twice? And that's the amount that you're saying you refunded if they lost?
That's correct. It would function as a second identical wager to the first. So whatever the wager was would be deducted from the wallet.
So on the wagers that were lost and were duplicated, you refunded just the one wager that they didn't intend to make.
Correct.
The ones that were won, I didn't understand what you did.
The guest kept the benefit of those wagers that were won through duplicate wagers.
So are there any effects to the revenue computation, Mr. Soms? Would that have, I mean, is there any adjustments that would need to be made on the way they computed revenue for purposes of your taxes?
Well, I would probably have to consult with the audit division, but I do understand that it does have a tax implication on both sides of it, whether it's a winning or losing wager.
Okay. So is that already been reviewed, and is that part of what's been considered in determining the proposed settlement amount, or is that something that's going to be reviewed when an audit occurs?
I believe it would occur once an audit occurs.
I would also note procedurally, we would have paid taxes on the wagers when they were struck originally. So whatever kind of GGR taxes were appropriate at the time would have been paid when the wager was issued. So we then did not deduct back out of the taxes once we reimbursed the customer. So they were all treated as wagers properly made. So the tax computation would follow that it was properly made at the time.
Okay. But any winnings, you would have deducted them twice, but you did allow the patron to keep those as well. So maybe that'll all wash out.
We didn't void the wagers, so you didn't have to go back through and then remove the series of voided wagers. They were all treated as wagers from the tax computation.
Perfect. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. Just briefly. So the timeline here is disconcerting to me because as I understand it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the initial double wager issue occurred as far back as 2015. Is that accurate?
I think that's correct, yes.
Okay, and then when you conducted your investigation after the board alerted you when there was a patron dispute at the board level in September of 2021, you conducted an internal investigation in October at that point. Is that correct?
We did.
Okay, and did you find that there were patron disputes regarding the double wagering issue as far back as 2015? And if so, where did you find the very first one?
Good question. So the data as far as when the first duplicate wager was difficult to identify, we did not identify from a kind of tech platform perspective that those errors were likely to have occurred in the past. So we were not able to identify every duplicate wager for the life cycle of the program, though we did understand that this was likely occurring based on the same set of factors that caused the issue for this period under review. So times of great stress to the system, high volumes, those sorts of things. But we could not tell definitively kind of the first duplicate wager that occurred.
I'm trying to understand at what point internally somebody was aware that there was a duplicate wager issue occurring and why that wasn't reported to the board at that point, whether it's 2015, 16, 17, quite a bit of time has lapsed. So I don't know if the problem wasn't recognized or whoever reported it to, I don't even know what the system is. How was the first one reported that came on the books and records when you conducted the investigation?
So we conducted the investigation contemporaneous to the time period under review. So I think that would have started in whenever the original patron complaint was lodged at GCB.
September of 2021. Mm-hmm. So you didn't have a look back of 2015 forward?
We did not. And so for some additional context, William Hill was acquired in April of 2021. So when the issue was originally identified, it would have been identified under prior ownership and prior management. Why that was not properly reported at the time, I can't speak to.
Of course, yeah.
But we did endeavor to report it as promptly as we could once Seizures management team was aware of it.
I just didn't know if you found anything in the books and records upon your investigation that made it clear to you that in 2015, under different helm, they knew about it and just didn't report it. I was just curious if you found anything.
Not in a sort of like specific wage or specific communication internally.
Okay, and then if you could confirm, I understand that you've made remediation payments to people who have lost some money in the double wagering incidents. And can you tell me how much has been returned and how that's been done? Are they contacted?
Yes, we can. Just let me grab the exact number. I think
It's my understanding there's 1.3 million in losing wagers and 2 million in the winning wagers, which means that was a loss ultimately that you took because you didn't call people back and say, give me my $2 million back. That was a mistake.
That's correct.
Right. But of the 1.3 where the patrons experienced losses as a result of the glitch, or whatever you'd like to call it, can you tell me approximately how much has been repaid and what's been done to locate the balance?
Yeah, we attempted to refund the entire amount. So certainly reach out to customers, ensuring they get the full amount. There are some that are no longer customers, some that have addresses have changed, some no longer an active wallet. But we endeavored to refund the entire 1.3, and we could certainly follow up the specific balance of what was actually redeemed by the customers. But our goal was to refund the entire amount.
If you would please, I just have that lingering question. And other than that, I have no further questions. Thank you. Go ahead.
Can I ask just one follow-up question to her question? On those that you weren't able to locate the better or the patron, are you reporting those as unclaimed wagers? As unclaimed funds?
Like from a sheetman perspective back to the state?
Yes.
That's a great question. I have to find the specific.
Because if a patron had won and hadn't picked it up, that's where the money would go back to the state. I mean, so it seems like logically, if these wagers should have been refunded and there's no way to identify them or claim them, then it seems like the same effect should occur.
I agree, and if that would move back to our standard unclaimed property practices, then we would sheet them properly back to the state.
Okay. Thank you.
Does that make a difference? All these bets were done through an account, a wagering account. They weren't done at the desk, were they?
That's correct.
So
It shouldn't make a difference.
right, because they would just automatically be credited to the patron's account.
Potentially, we'll have to check for sure, but as Jeff says, it would just sheet back to the state and would account for that property, their current standards, practices.
Thanks. I've heard a lot of statements, and I realize you're up here because the sins of the father are being attributed to you. You weren't around in 2015, and maybe this would have been resolved a lot quicker. But nevertheless, there are violations of the Gaming Act. So my question goes to Mr. Soms. Mr. Soms, based upon precedent established by the Gaming Control Board and the Commission approving fines, based upon the conduct at issue here, is this consistent with what the Board and Commission have previously done?
Thank you, Commissioner. I think, I guess just to explain a little bit of the process on this one, obviously the parties entered into negotiation and there was back and forth in that negotiation where obviously the respondents are at some point that's different than the board, and the board's at a point that's different at respondents, and we arrive at this point in the middle. But I can tell you that some of the factors I think that went into this particular resolution, on one side of the ledger, we have a large, sophisticated operator that should have had procedures in place, in particular with this duplicate wagers issue, that should have identified it and they should have instituted remedial measures sooner. And certainly these violations are of the nature that impact the reputation of Nevada and impact the reputation of gaming generally. So on the other side of the ledger, we have a number of factors that I think come into play that are different than the results of those factors are different than perhaps the complaints that you're alluding to, which I think is CG technology, which while there are some comparisons that can be drawn there, I think that they break down quite a bit given the unique nature of CG technology and the history that it had. But for these particular respondents, they've been cooperative through the course of this investigation and in resolving this matter. There are no prior complaints against these respondents for these issues. I can also tell you that there's no evidence of any intent to profit from these violations or or that upper management was aware of these violations. And then ultimately, I think that the board is satisfied with the remediation that has occurred. So given those factors, this is the number that the board arrived at as acceptable to the board.
Yeah, and Commissioner Cohen, if we can add to that, please. This is nothing like the CG technology canter issues that occurred.
Agreed.
In fact, nothing like any others really that we could find in terms of previous complaints and settlements. There was one several months ago that related to software issues on a sports betting platform. That's exactly what this was. This was code issues that were post-merger discovered through the company and immediately remediated. They installed patches as soon as possible to fix it. Indeed, as Mr. Hendricks just mentioned, it has been fixed. And they added all of the other mechanisms to the process that I think, as far as I know, sometimes go beyond what's currently in the industry right now in terms of automatic callbacks, the live chat function that they've added, refresher training for staff, continuing looks at how this proceeds. We tried to arrive at some numbers that we felt were appropriate. We negotiated with the board and went back and forth a bit, but it arrived at this number, which, trust me, it is heard loud and clear by the company.
I just think that this commission is putting the industry on fair notice that these type of things are not an acceptable method of operation. Now, there are extenuating circumstances, in what you told us, and I'll support if there's a motion to that, the settlement. But everyone needs to be on notice that this delay in reporting to the board or self-reporting is unacceptable. And these computer glitches, it seems like in the world we live in now, there's more and more opportunity to have computer glitches or past postings, and it's a difficult situation, and I think we all need to be cognizant of that, and something like this in the future could be dealt with much more harshly.
I think we totally agree. And in terms of the notification, that's not going to happen again. They inherited a previous operation. I think that's been resolved and will be cleaned up essentially. In addition, as Mr. Hendricks mentioned, they've been wanting to migrate to a new software platform for some time. We're just awaiting regulatory approvals for.
Of less importance, but still part of the complaint. What happened to the employee at the Red Garter? And I guess I would ask Senior DAG Somps, what's the normal report time? Here it's, I guess, a month.
It's a month.
What's average? What's average? Because I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
I don't know that I can speak to what is average, but the regulation uses the word immediately. So I think it's fair to say that a month after it occurs is not immediate.
So it's not court time.
Right.
We didn't want to litigate the word immediately, but we understand and recognize that this was a little late.
And what happened to the employee? I assume they were terminated?
The employee was terminated and the matter was turned for law enforcement.
And just as part of your discussion, you didn't address this particular delay. What was the reason for the 30-day lag?
Sure, there were extenuating circumstances in our review of the matter to try and determine if the theft occurred. We had surveillance issues on the particular drawer. It was in a more remote location that we operate. So we conducted the review, identified what we thought was constitute criminal activity and reported it. Nonetheless, again, that didn't meet our standard, didn't meet the board and commission standard. So the team addressed that, the management team retrained with our employees. So I believe this is exception to our reporting standard, and that we're addressing through our overall training mechanisms.
So in paragraph 58 of the complaint, what is that referring to? Some other, can you elaborate on that, Senior DAG Somps, for me?
Yes, Madam Chair, that was included in the complaint to indicate that an affiliate of this particular respondent had a similar violation. So that the respondents are essentially on notice that this is an issue that needs to be addressed company-wide.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. I just wanted to have that be explained to me, so I appreciate it. Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments?
Just a quick comment with respect to that last line of questioning. I mean, I think it's important that the industry understand that reporting does need to be immediate. And in my mind, at least, immediate means like the day you find it, even if you're still investigating. I know often a lot of licensees report it immediately and have the board participate in whatever investigation, or at least apprise them of what steps they're taking so that the board can take whatever additional steps they would like. So.
Commissioner, understood, and we always endeavor to be transparent and immediate in our communications about these matters, GCB, and we will do a better job moving forward.
Understood. And again, I mean, this is at this point water under the bridge, but I just wanted to put that out there for others that it might affect.
Is there a bridge in Wendover? West Wind. Okay. All right. So any other questions or comments?
Just a quick follow-up question, if I may, Chair.
Of course.
So how did the Caesars Sportsbook security manager come to learn of this suspicious theft? Do you have any details about what transpired from a more granular level?
In respect to count 4, the question?
Yes.
I believe this came up through an overshort on the drawer. And so we then launched an investigation through the paperwork, and we validated it through surveillance footage and then reported it.
And the surveillance footage, is that the security manager who's reviewing that? Who's normally reviewing it before that shortage was calculated on the papers?
So generally, you'd go back and review it after you've identified the paperwork error. So it wasn't a real-time observation. It was identify the paperwork error and then
to verify after the fact.
Back to the investigation.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, at this time, it appears this matters ripe for a motion. Does anyone have a motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move for approval of the stipulation for settlement and order as presented to us in this matter between the Nevada Gaming Control Board and William Hill, U.S. et al.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed. It record should reflect that Commissioner Keykefer did not participate in the discussion of this matter or vote on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda are the administrative reports. Chair Gibson. Or
Chief Hoffman here. Just we're going to have the next Gaming Control Board meeting will be October 5th, Wednesday. It'll be a one-day meeting in Las Vegas. We're going to have 3 non-restricted items, which will start at 9 a.m. And we're going to have 10 restricted items, which will start at 11 a.m. Lighter agenda.
Thank you. Anything from our Attorney General's office today?
Nothing today, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, Madam Secretary, let's close with our last agenda item, public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
All right, I'll first go to Carson City. Anyone wishing to make a public comment, please step forward to the podium. It appears there's no one present in Carson City to make public comment. There are no persons stepping forward to make a public comment here in Las Vegas. That will close our public comment section. This concludes the Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of September. We are adjourned.